Oh,
Ah,
we've gone
there.
live. Keeps clips.
Evening, people. Tonight I've got
Evening.
Huxley, Kendo, Peter from the Islands, Peter from the Lowlands, and some Muppet hosting again, myself. Evening, Cookie. How are you this evening?
Hello, not too bad, thank you. Been quite interestedly catching up on everything that's been posted since yesterday because I took the day off yesterday. So yeah, very interesting stuff going on.
Get up to anything good yesterday, or just chilling?
No, I just chilled there. I will because I can't honestly claim that I didn't manage to detach myself completely. I did end up using the computer a bit. But you know, I was just dusting about. I avoided all media, all kinds of media. Didn't get involved. Didn't go shopping. Didn't banking. Nothing like that. And I just tried to do something else for a bit. Yeah.
So I went for a walk, just had a walk, but I had an appointment I couldn't change, so I had to be a part of the system at that time. uh, Apart from that, I didn't do much. Evening, Ux. How are you, buddy? I'm doing this in no particular order. It's just how you sat on my
There we
screen.
go. I've managed to turn my mic on now. I'm saying, mate, how are you? You alright, yeah?
Yeah, not so bad, mate.
I'm pretty hungry. I'm going to have to get myself some food in a minute, I think. But yeah, I'm doing well.
You still fiddling with your little tools?
Oh, mate. Well, I don't know why you asked me that. Look what I fucking did.
You broke it.
I
No.
fucking broke it, didn't I?
Ah.
It's about 2 weeks worth of work down the pan right there, but I'll just do it again, but do it better.
That's the one, isn't it?
Yay. That's the spirit.
Pretty pissed off. I did it about 10 minutes ago, man.
Try and try again.
Yeah.
Evening, Kendall. How are you, buddy?
I'm fine, dude. Thank you. Oh, hang on a minute. There we are. It's all right. I just clicked into the YouTube bit and it was chatting away. So, yeah, I'm sound. Same as Cookie. I had a day off. We didn't go anywhere, just tutted around, went in the garden, did bits and bobs. A day out, mate. Lovely. No news, no nothing. Bugger them all.
With internet, I mean, apart from internet, that's my daily life anyway. No news, no TV, alright.
I didn't even do this yesterday at all last night. Nothing, not a thing. Didn't even pick my mobile up and scan Google. Nothing. Just sort of, a day off.
Me and Ux hit it about 20 past 12, something like that. We Skyped each other about that time. Early hours this morning. But I didn't really do much. I was working on the other one, trying to rebuild it. Give me something to do for the day, didn't it?
We were watching something on a channel on the telly, which was just like total, no reference to anything. Just so that was all right. It was a film, at a part in history where it didn't matter. So we just sat and watched that.
Mm.
So, yeah, that was our day, a day away from 9/11, and it was a good day.
Glad that she nothing had happened when I was catching up on news this morning.
Well, there was that X-class solar flare, but you know,
Yeah.
I really doubt that the government made that happen.
Not unless they've got some way of controlling the sun now as well. That's the next one for the conspiracy theorists. And we've got Peter from the islands this evening. How are you, buddy?
I'm good, thank you. Very good. How did I spend my 9/11 day? God, what did I do? I went to work. Sorry, I had to engage in the work shit, but I didn't. I do this a lot. I was saying this to a friend last night. Sometimes I don't. I go through whole days where I don't engage in anything. I don't use the banks. I don't buy any food. I don't do anything. I don't spend any money at all. And I did that on Thursday as well. I just came home, went to see my daughter, came back here, engaged a bit online, and then that was it, really. Saw what was happening, spoke to a couple of friends, and that was it.
Yeah.
So nothing But yeah, and today did a similar thing, really.
It's not repetitive then, is it?
I did go. I did have to go shopping today, though. I did have to get some food in, so I did have to do that. But that's it for me. And I try to not engage too much. I try to get what I need, get in and get out, and that sort of thing. And get some. If I've got a couple of pounds on me, then I'm okay. I can do something. And that's as much as I like to use the system. I'm not totally sort of,
Yeah.
Some people are constantly, out and about and doing and spending money and all the rest of it. I try and organise it so I don't have to engage too much within it. Yeah, it seems to work okay for me because I don't get too stressed out with it all. Just do once a week, go around the Matrix supermarket or whatever, and get out and whatever.
I've managed to cut the actual walking around the supermarket bit out of me. I get it delivered. It works out cheaper for me to get it delivered than it actually does to get transport there and the transport back.
Yeah.
So I just utilise that myself. But that's only once a fortnight or once a month sometimes. Depends how I eat. But we've got our usual Peter with us as well. Peter from Lowlands. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I know what you're doing there. You're on about me opticians, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, it were murder, that Peter. Honestly, I was biting my tongue all the way through it because that is exactly how you were talking.
Well, I went to work today. I had my usual work day, but it wasn't like that. So, luckily.
You get up to you got work yesterday, didn't you? You were saying there's Peter, the other Peter. What I'll do before we start getting the chat going, I'm going to jump straight into the chat room because I know they've been hanging about for a while, waiting for us.
Yeah, sorry guys, we were a bit late.
Yeah.
It's my fault. I was ranting at them all.
They're getting used to us now. And, I can't remember who it was, but somebody actually turned around the other night and said, "Come on, Dean, otherwise we're going to start calling you Kip."
I like Cookie's rants though, because imagine we were. I mean, this is just another stupid off the cuff vision. Imagine we were a little tribe living in roundhouses. Cookie would be the shaman shaking his sticks at us all. And,
His range stick, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's the man who would be metaphysically putting us in our proper, come on, get with the beat, shake the stick at us.
It would probably work because of the fact we're all in the same village, so you would have been used to me doing it. But the problem is Juju stick would probably be me willy with some feathers tied to it. Because reality has a sexual context which you mustn't forget. So I'd more than likely lift the kilt up and just wave it at you. Get on me.
That's why I love you, Cookie. It's always positive.
I'll just drop in there. I've gone as far as I can going back without reloading my page and all that. I've got Basvic on, DJ Moore, Stevie B, Me 42 Dogs, Gwen Curry, Rise at K9. Come on, page. Start playing. Tracy Pinfold, Ivan Cofton, and that's about Stevie Turgoose, Bright77, and Delboy. Thanks for all for joining. I've been asked if there's a link. I'm going to get round to that now and I'll put it up. If that's alright with the rest of the chat room.
I'm fine with that.
I'll look on that as we're talking now. While I'm doing that, would anybody like to say anything?
9/11 was an inside job. Just stating the obvious. Yeah. Eventually, catch up.
So was 7/7, or Muad'Dib's a liar.
It was, yeah.
Hey,
That was why Charles de Menezes had his head destroyed, because they had to make a point of this. It really is terror. It really, really is terror. Look, we'll show you how terrified you should be. Bang, 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 bang.
All the way from the USA, the best fear porn in the world.
As long as they don't try and do something silly now with the Scottish vote, because they could very well. I was catching up on videos that I missed yesterday because I've been the day off, and Corbett Report had put up one of his podcasts, and they were talking about the Scottish independence subject. And this is something I mentioned it the other week, I think. Pretty sure it was like last week, something like that, several days ago anyway. The possibilities, like, you know, people consider the possibilities of what would happen if Scotland joined the BRICS. Yeah, or could this potentially be a created revolution, such as the Utpour manufactured revolutions, like the Arab Spring? You know, we're going to see the beginnings of a Scottish Spring, and they're going to start doing all these false flag or hoaxed shit going on to frighten people into, oh, we can't leave Great Britain, oh no, we've got to stay part of it. Could all see that kind of shit starting off.
Well, I saw a really funny video that I was talking to Fady Poo last night, and he sent me a link to a really funny YouTube video of a guy, and he was in Glasgow, and I think he was in one of them, like a rickshaw thing, you know, that's being cycled along, and he's got the music of Star Wars playing, you know, the same Alex Jones music, shouting at the top of his voice all the way down for 10 minutes, bow down to your imperial masters, all the way down the road. And you got to see this vid. I'll have to try and stick a link in and whatever, but it's so funny.
I'll get it.
You know, and this music was blasting out, and certain people like reacted to it, and others were just like, you know, they were all walking in this direction. There must have been something happening. And he's saying all your Labour MPs are coming up, you know, paid for by expenses, you know. And he just kept going on, bow down to your imperial masters. It was so funny. I'll get you I'll try and find it if my system doesn't crash out.
I'll get it, you know, Peter, I'm already on it now, buddy.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've got it.
All right, cool.
History, I'll just pull it out for you now and put link in.
Yeah.
It were a cracker, that. But I played it.
I saw a headline today, just to make everybody even happier. The only headline I saw today was via the politics show at lunchtime. And that was a headline that said, still at the trough. MPs have not changed their ways regarding expenses.
Yeah.
Still at the trough. So,
I just still hold my view of what I said the other night on Wednesday night, which is and Cookie said the same thing, you know, and just I'm on the earth, and I'm an earthling, whatever you want to call me, I don't know. But all this sovereignty stuff and shit just does my nut in, really. It just tells me that there's still a way to go to get people to shake out of that nonsense of this kind of land ownership stuff and fighting and killing for it, and, you know, possibly, as you said, in the future building up some kind of, you know, like army sort of stuff, or I don't know, you know, all this nonsense. And, you know, it's just more diversity, more division, more things that you have to, you know, get people to get through that, really, and see through that. You know, unfortunately, the media and everything going on at the moment is really going big time for it. It's just all over. I haven't seen the news today. I'm really caught up, apart from watching that video. Really, I haven't seen anything, so I don't know what's happened. If anything has, this would be the same old bullshit, I'd imagine.
The way they came across with sovereignty is not the correct. She's not defining sovereignty in its real sense.
No.
Because we are the sovereigns, and the Queen can't be a sovereign unless she's got some sovereigns. And to discuss sovereignty we can only be sovereign if our rights and customs are maintained. If our rights and customs that are ancient and irrefutable aren't maintained, then we aren't sovereign. That's the way I see it. But the other part of sovereignty is as a group of sovereigns, when they talk about, say like the Scottish people breaking away from the United Kingdom, that's only because the sovereigns have been mind controlled out of what they really believe their sovereignty is, and they handed it over to an organisation known as UK PLC. So what they're doing, in effect, is when they vote, is getting their sovereignty back. And if between now and then we can educate them as to what the reality of their sovereignty is, then wake them up to the fact that they're the sovereigns, and to be sovereign means that you're a human being, you're not a piece of legalese. And that has got to be a sovereign, you've got to be, in this country anyway, you've got to be part of its laws and customs and laws that have grown out of, because all law, if you think about it, years and years ago, law is it's a spoken thing, because we learned how to speak before we could write. So we had laws and customs before they were ever committed to paper, and the moment they were committed to paper, that's when they were messed and mucked about with and mind control and subverted. So the laws and customs that we have, basically you cause no loss and do no harm to anyone, because that's a natural sort of natural human law. But the minute they commit these laws and sew things to paper, that's when it all gets perverted, and people are subverted out of the original meaning. That's my thoughts on it. But.
Yeah, very good. I mean, I'm the same. I mean, exactly. It's the sovereign thing is like I said, I just see the bullshit that the people just in the media just are constantly throwing at the masses who are not seeing it. You know, they don't. And if they go onto channels like this, or they happen to come across information, and start to think. That's the thing. It washes over people, but they don't sort of think about it. They don't understand it, so they walk away from it because it's too much, or it's like, no, that can't be right, or I've got to have a government, because some people still need their hands to be held. That's the problem. They still need a mummy and a daddy to look after them, in a sense, in that way. So they can't believe that the society could function without this setup, and they still refuse to believe that there's a better way. So it's difficult for us to, you know.
It's also, in defence of us, it's also a game of those two words again, that I from what I can see, it's all down to ignorance and nescience. Some people you can keep telling them they don't want to know, so they're ignorant. But some people want to know, but people who should be informing them are not informing people of how things are, and that's nescience. Is because it's the same thing, but it's two different things, if you know what I mean. They're only ignorant. You're ignorant if you know that there's a way you can get that information, but you take no notice of it. If you're nescient, you are not given access to that information, and that's to your detriment. So that, to me, is if you can work out what's nescient and what's ignorant, because if you take the trouble to find out, and they're still mystifying you and sending you around in circles, which most politicians do, it's because they want you to remain in nescience about certain things. But because the law says ignorance of the law is no defence, we're expected to carry around with us somewhere in the region of over 4,100,000 pieces of legislation and act, which is impossible. And it's our responsibility to, if we interact and have to interact with that system, we have to be aware of those you know, 4,100,000, I think it's 4,136,000 odd pieces of paper that's stashed away in a hole somewhere in the centre, because everything's written out, scrolled up, and dropped in a slot. So we're supposed to know about all those things in our defence. So that tells you what a bullshit system it is, because no one, not even them themselves who create these laws can remember all 4,100,000. You know, and it's a clever bugger who can.
I don't know. Is it constitutional laws or the actual laws? Because that I can understand the constitutional laws, but
yeah, he's talking legislation.
Yeah, just legislation that's been passed since Westminster began its job. That's like their hall of records. And if we're supposed to live our lives by what they say, then, you know, you need well, I've said that before, you need more than a 40-foot articulated, you know, you need a couple of 3 Eddie Stobarts behind you carrying all the text and the bits and bobs of paper, don't you?
Maybe. Here's a new random conspiracy theory then. Maybe that's why they push technology towards having handheld mobile gadgets. So you can walk around with that entire library there, and you can be watching everything you do, so that it can just issue you a little fine. You know, you have to put your thumbprint on it to say, I can't accept the fine, I was naughty.
a lawyer app.
A lawyer app.
Sylvester Stallone in it. John, what's it you are? Fined 3 credits.
Demolition Man.
Yeah.
Demolition Man. Definitely a film to watch and then look at the world today.
Yeah, definitely. We're only missing the 3 seashells.
Yeah.
Evening, Ivan, buddy. All right, mate. Thanks for joining us, mate.
Evening, Dean. Yeah, nice to talk to you. How you doing?
Not so bad, fella. Yourself?
Yeah, not bad at all. I just wanted to say something, if I could, about this this Scottish situation. I reckon I watched something just on the BBC, believe it or not, before I came, well, this evening, and they were talking about what does Scottish independence mean for Manchester? Does it mean that, you know, Manchester want to get independence, and, you know, what will that mean if that happens? And there were vox pops, well, yeah, I think that'd be really good, and all the rest of it. And, you know, the only thing that this can, I don't want to offend any Scotsmen out there who are all for it, because, you know, it sounds really good, but I suspect that it's the Gau style of governance, you know, that was used in Nazi Germany. You had you'd split it up into regions and have the Gautli as the leaders, and we've already been prepped for the mayors. So they're going to have these mayors that are opposed in various areas with more and more power, and it just stinks of the Gau style division for the regions of the new system.
City-states.
Yeah.
It's the other way I've described it. And it ties into not only Agenda 21, but also some of the other long-term UN agendas for a global governance system.
Called the New World Order.
Yeah, basically. Where principalities will be reduced to smaller fiefdom kind of environments, where they'll have some kind of mayoral structure or something similar. And then basically they'll operate like independent city-states.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be why these mayors have been mentioned. I don't know if anyone's heard anything about that, but how mayors are going to be more important in your local area.
Yeah, they've been gradually, I mean, this does trace back several years now, I think, vaguely remembering stories about it from years ago. But yeah, they've been gradually building up legislation such that they can have a singular figure, such as the London mayor can do certain can do a lot more within his own borough than they ever could before. You know, they were no longer ceremonial; they now have legislative powers.
Yeah, and
I think in Boris's case, he's got more power than David Cameron in London.
And I think it's not that unique. Belgium is going through the same shit, where they are splitting up the Flemish and the other side.
Another one that I mentioned last week, I was quite catching up on the videos today. I was quite surprised to see it, but it's good to see it. Is Catalonia? They had something like 2 million
Same.
people out on the streets marching yesterday.
Yeah, same shit. Yeah, also wanting independence and.
Yeah. Well, they've been trying to get out of the Spain for near enough since they got dragged into it, haven't they?
Look at the Ukraine, Ukraine, or even ISIS wanting their Islamic State.
Yep. It's using your opponent's weight against them, isn't it?
Oh, they're redrawing the map, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, it's also, you know, they're using our weight against us. You know, everybody wants. I mean, Yorkshire, you know, it's the biggest county in England, and there's a lot of pride, and you know, fair enough, and so there should be in Lancashire and all the rest of it. But it is using that momentum against us, because the most people will just take, yeah, let's do that, without actually knowing where they're headed. And Wales as well. I mean,
very in Wales, exactly. Yeah.
I just wanted to be a little bit sort of devil's advocate. Not in an extreme fashion, but just to add in, like, a lot of that kind of idea or principle, I'm all for it. I think areas should have more autonomy to themselves, but the fine line balance, the sort of dancing along the knife edge problem is a lot of what the system wants is to shrink you down to those little principalities. Because if you're just one little town or one city, what kind of protest or contest are you going to be able to put up against a global industrialized military system who can send in their NATO spearhead forces to your little city if you start kicking up a fuss over what the ration, you know, what the latest chocolate ration is? So for me, so trying to divine that fine line to educating people to principles of autonomy and anarchism and stuff like that, and being more separate, or being able to separate themselves from the system without that falling prey to that very kind of Agenda 21 shit that they're trying to pull on us.
I mean, there isn't really a way I can see out of this trap. I can't see how we can't all just go, oh, we won't vote for independence then, because we want it, but we can't have it. But there isn't a way out.
I think it's a wedge, though, isn't it? If this has been my argument since the Scottish independence thing come up again, it's like when I first saw the news, I was like, what? They're offering them a referendum? What? There's got to be some kind of trick. There's some kind of double bluff going on here. Because if you guys don't take this up and vote yes, you're crazy fools. Because even though, you know, don't be naive, yeah, they're just trying to play the European economic model, and you will more than likely, the majority of your state and legislative structure will be sucked towards Brussels once you have your so-called independence. But if you can persuade enough of your public to see the sense in wanting to be sovereign, your own country, to make use of your own resources and control your own destiny and all that good stuff, then by getting that yes attitude out of them means you can then push further and further and further. And you can actually do something similar to Iceland, where you can go, right, okay, now we're not subject to your UK bullshit. We want your bank out of our country. Fuck off. We're going to set up our own bank. We want them arrested, those people that have been part of this treasonous selling off of our sovereignty. All this kind of stuff can be pushed for if people have got past the first step of, do we want to be independent? Well, yeah, actually we do. Yeah. It's a major psychological leap that's potentially available to them.
Can I throw something out there? I think it's about the
Queen. As long as it's not poo.
I think, well, it's almost the same. Well, it's about the Queen, I think.
You mean tracing it back to Mary?
They want to get rid of the royals. The same as they did with the French revolutions, the same as they did with the Russian revolutions, the same as they did with World War I and the Germans.
I think that will follow naturally, Peter, won't it?
The next royal house is probably...
I think they'll get shuffled into a similar position to most of the European royals now, where they become B-list celebrities basically who open fates and wave at children and shit like that.
And the thing is, they'll get overshadowed by the local chieftain, because it's going to be, you know, when it comes to voting your mayor in, they're going to say, here's John Smith, inventor of the Contour rotating splanging pin, you know, the local hero. And then it's going to be, you know, and it's going to be like, oh, hurrah, and they're going to be going through the streets, what a fantastic man, and we all vote him in. And we're going to vote this chap in, or woman, you know, why not, indeed. And this man or lady will be up there, and everybody will want it, and there'll be huge public pressure, and the Queen will get squeezed out, and it won't matter what goes on in Westminster anymore, and all you'll be concentrating on is that man or woman, and that'll be the end of it, I reckon. And there's no way to resist that. I hate to be pessimistic about it, but apart from doing your own thing as much as you can, it's going to be difficult to resist the public peer pressure of a local hero being appointed as a leader of the system. Yeah.
I don't think you're doing
set you free syndrome.
I think Scotland leaving is a slap in the face for the Royals.
Yeah.
Well, they've got a one-time opportunity. They're not going to get this opportunity again. And they've got an I'm sure Stephen Old said they've got an 18-month consultation phase to go through once they've decided yes or no. If it's yes, I mean. So during that 18 months, surely the movement could start with you know, get rid of all the banks, get any private bank that's sucking up to a Rothschild style of way, get rid of it, create their own currency, and create municipal banks all the way through Scotland, so that the people are actually investing in their own country for a change, rather than you know, wasting all that money. Because I think if they become a region of Europe, the cost, whether they like it or not, is going to be whatever oil is out there in the North Sea.
Yeah.
And then they won't get that either.
Well, that's how it's being sold. You know, it's not a emotional thing; it's a financial thing, mostly.
What if the Queen's already dead?
No, well, no.
We'll all be having a dance.
Well, I'm just saying, if she's maybe she never left that Royal Masonic Hospital. You remember last year when she went into hospital? Maybe she never left and she's dead. And all of this is, I mean, this is complete conspiracy theory, but maybe she's already dead. And now the system comes in and it's all sort of, forget it now. I forget I ever said that.
maybe they employed Helen Mirren to take her place.
Yeah.
Perhaps that is Ellen Mirren.
Dench. That'll be Judi Dench, because that's why she's left James Bond.
Oh.
He got killed off.
Well, there. Yep.
So
I still believe that whole script of that film was talking about exactly what you just described.
Yep.
The death of the monarchy. That's why she's killed off in that film, and the way they do it in the storyline. He's angst about the fact that she gets captured and all that. To me, it was fucking blatant propaganda. They're talking about the death of the monarchy.
An house in Scotland, of all places. Skyfall.
Yep.
His house in Scotland.
Wow.
Maybe you should suggest that to Tom Secker for one of his new pre-programming kind of podcasts. He does them quite well. So yeah.
Has anybody got any tinfoil? I need one for a new hat.
I just think you have to look at the replacement, and I think the bankers and all those guys are looking at those guys as well. So what you got coming is not exactly what they need somehow.
Well, from the bit of the debate I watched last night, at the end of the day, even though George Galloway was there, you know, like no one's talking any common sense whatsoever. They still want to spin it, wrapped up in their own ideology, and they're, you know, there was one guy said on the news today, on the politics show, anyone who wants independence for Scotland is left wing. What a load of bullshit! What an utter load of crap! Who are you? What qualifies that statement? Like everybody who wants independence is left wing.
They'll say anything to get on the TV, won't they? I mean, I think they're just selling themselves as well. Like you mentioned, George Galloway and all those people. It's just an opportunity for some of these celebrity types to promote themselves more than anything else half the time. So
yeah,
keep themselves relevant.
Dragging.
Yeah,
It's also
when they
forcing
spout the-
people. So it's also forcing people onto that political spectrum. So it's back into playing the game of the illusion of choice. Yeah, or if you pick one side or the other, you're either Labour or you're Conservative, you're left or you're right, so you're still playing our game. Yeah, fuck off. It's nothing to do with playing your game, mate. It's to do with being independent from your fucking game.
Absolutely.
bow down to your imperial masters. Yeah.
I, for one, welcome our robot overlords.
I was just saying in chat a minute ago that I read a news article that apparently the Chinese have told their investors to pull out any British investment, like any business investment in British businesses before the vote. I don't know if any of you guys have come across that.
Nope.
But yeah, no, I was quite shocked because obviously the Chinese do have a lot of investment over here, and if they're being told to take the investments out and their money out of the banking system, then if Scotland does go independent, then you can be sure of some kind of fall in the economy here.
No, all the more reason to join the BRICS.
I seem to remember seeing something about that mentioned. I think, wasn't it something to do with their currency holdings, i.e. they were going to get rid of a load of dollars and pounds rather than actually direct holdings that they might have in terms of companies or corporations here. They were talking about shedding their currency holdings.
It was all of it. From what I understood, it was currency holdings, bank investments, business investments, pretty much the whole lot.
There is a major kind of, it's been going for a while now, it's a tit for tat economic and trade war shit going on, like they announced more sanctions against Russia today. I didn't see a response from Russia yet though before we started, so I don't know if they put one out yet. But this, I know this is going to sound like pessimistic, talking about being pessimistic, being cynical, being doom and gloom and whatever, but these are all indicators, these are signposts of warning that if this continues the way it's going, it will escalate and escalate, and trade wars lead to world wars. So this is getting beyond a joke now, because our side, and I'm saying our side just because it's where I live, not because I support them, but our side seem hell-bent to keep pushing that shit.
Did anybody see the Storm Clouds Gathering video that you put up about that?
Yes.
Just mentioning that very same subject regarding the fact of the money and the oil and everything in the pipelines, and you went through the history of it a little bit. It's well worth a watch, that. I can't remember what it was called, but Storm Clouds Gathering is the channel, and you just uploaded it today, so it's worth a look.
Yeah, his latest upload is something like Global World War. I can't remember properly. I'd have to look in history.
It gives a really good overview of what's been going on the last, 15, 20 years or so, over, the fact that it is ultimately oil and money and, all the rest of it. That's what's going on today.
Wars are fought over resources, not ideologies or moral points of view. They're all about resources, and that includes us. Includes you, human beings. You're a resource. You're a major resource. But they're not ever the bullshit of the being moral conflicts for just wars and shit. They're not. There's always resource conflicts going on behind them.
Yeah.
Easiest way to prove you're a commodity is your number off bottom of your birth certificate. Just type it in, you'll get stocks and bonds on your birth certificate. But you can't.
Yeah, that's right. Because who said that? Was it Karen Hudes from the World Bank, or the whistleblower who was coming out saying a lot of stuff saying, and stuff that I'd sort of heard a few years before regarding the fact that when you are born, a bond is created, and then that money that they predict your tax earnings into the future. So you're born, you're going to live an average of 75, 80 years if average life, whatever. So they create a bond, which is worth, I don't know how many thousands of pounds, and then that's traded on the stock market.
It's pretty precise. They just look at your postcode where you live, and they can estimate your life expectancy. Pretty accurate.
So
Did you say you can search what's been traded against your number there, Dean?
I've never looked into it, but I knew some people who said they'd had traced it and looked into it and found there's websites or something they'd looked at, but I've not done it myself.
I've got a video here that you can watch, Ivan. I'll post it in the chat room.
Yeah, I like that, thanks.
I'm trying to remember his name, the guy who did the lecture, It's All an Illusion. The one who ended up thinking he was King Arthur.
John Harris.
John Harris.
John Harris, thank you. Yeah. If you dig out one of that particular lecture, I think it is, It's All an Illusion, you can find that one. He does actually explain where the information is on the internet. You can go and access it. I think you have to pay a subscription. It's similar to I can't remember the name. It's similar to like Company's House, where you can look up information. Sorry, second.
Dun & Bradstreet.
It might have been, yeah. I can't remember for definite. It sounds right, yeah.
On the TPUC website, you'll find that most of the stuff that was on It's Illusion, they've already somewhere in their archives. They've got the actual pages download from Dun & Bradstreet, proving most of the corporate entities that they exposed in It's Illusion.
There's the video. It's actually Russ's. I'm not going to play it because I've not got his permission to, and I don't want strikes.
Dean, from the perspective of the chat, it says Lou Break Chaps back in tune, and there's a YouTube link. Did you live stream?
Live stream.
It's a good video.
No, what he does on that, he actually shows you the actual website that you go onto and type your.
This is where it links us back into legislature rather than law, because the reason your birth certificate is like that is because it represents your personhood, not you. Yeah, it's your straw man, which is utilised in the legal system because the legal system requires a bit of paper to operate on. So when you're born and you have that birth certificate generated for you, what they're actually doing is creating a phantom entity which they can utilise. That's why the names are in capitals and stuff like that. You know, it gets more complicated than that as you dig into the legalese of it. But basically, that's what it represents. There's you, the real you, and then there's this piece of paper version that's you, and it's that is trapped in the legal system. Yeah,
it's easy to recognise because when they're communicating with you in legalese, they'll either use your title, Mr., Mrs. or Ms., and that's a legalese title, or if it's straight to you, they'll put you in capital letters, and if they use a capital and then lowercase to do your name and your surname, that's still the same. It's Mr., Mrs. and Ms. all comes under the law book in the dictionary as mystery, and that is MIS, not MYS. And if you're taking part in mystery, that means you're a corporate entity. And where Miss and Ms are concerned, because they refer to females, they're not taken any consideration of because they're fiduciary instead of beneficiary. Only male humans can be a beneficiary under this system.
I've just watched that video, Dean, and I'm utterly gobsmacked. I mean, I know about the whole legal person and Kappa system and Usia Maxima and Minima and Minor and all this. I know about that shit. But to actually see the last time you were traded, that is spooky.
Yeah, but bearing in mind that you have no legal access to them stocks and bonds. There's out. It's
I'm gonna try.
I'm not 100% sure whether they count as any kind of like genuine stock or bond as we would normally understand them and be able to use them. I think it's more like a kind of collateral instrument. So they put a value on it and they use it in that kind of way, which then allows them in their banking bullshit system to generate money off it, or to generate debt. I should more rightly say, because they're not actually creating money; they're creating debt. So it's not that somebody out there in a company buys your stock and then sells it to somebody. They don't exactly do that. I don't think. I think it's more about generating a collateral. It's kind of like a slush fund, a phantom virtual slush fund.
From what I understand, is like you said there, Cookie, is they basically when you're born and you have the certificate, they create the bond in your name, which the government then sells to the bank to get the money, and then it's obviously dished out and it's traded. So.
It's used as the resource to justify the creation of debt, because they don't create. I know they print money, but in a kind of realistic sense, they don't create the money. But what they do create is the debt, and it's the debt generates more debt, and they can then use that as financial instruments to bounce off each other, which then does actually suck money, wealth from the producing public.
The way it sucks wealth from us, the public, is if we come into conflict with that system and accept that we are this legalese title. That's when they bring about this. If you look at it like, instead of a bond, if it was a trust fund and they set that up for you, then you would think that if the government set a trust fund up for you, then you would be the beneficiary. But when you come into conflict with that system and accept the fact that you're part of that title or your name in capital letters, that then once you admit to being that identity, that makes you then a trustee rather than the beneficiary. And as a trustee, your duty is to add to the trust fund and make sure it's added to, but for the beneficiary, and the Crown is always the bloody beneficiary. That's why there's always, like this Freeman conflict where you play the part of a human being in court, so that it makes you the beneficiary and then the trustees.
That rings a bell for me, as it makes sense for me in respect to the people who claim jurisdiction over that trust fund, call it a trust fund rather than a bond, because I don't remember all the details of this, because again it's one of those areas where it gets quite in-depth and complicated and there's a lot to look at if you investigate it. But the royals are connected via the papacy to claim their legitimacy to be royals and to sit on the throne. And a long time ago, the papacy claimed ownership of all of us dead vessels.
That's right.
So our corporate entities, i.e. the straw man, the trustee fund shit, is actually owned or held by the papacy. It's
under a papal
complicated
bull.
shit.
Yeah, under a papal bull. And give me a few minutes, I'll tell you the Pope that introduced it, but it was in the 14th century, and he claimed the whole of the world's souls for now and for the whole future. And a papal bull, as has been revealed recently, all papal bulls are written on the skin of the back that's taken from the back of a child that's sacrificed when they bring into right a papal bull. Just thought I'd add that one. That makes it sinister. It's signed in blood, and it gives it this evil, naughty stuff added to it.
Good night, children.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Kendo.
That all perfectly for me.
That's the deep shit that I found out.
That system, that whole structure, the Vatican, etc., is not what it claims to be. It's completely the opposite.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's plenty of paedophile priests to back that up, isn't there? They're definitely
There's
a bunch of
millions upon millions of dead across the globe throughout time based on their actions, their proclamations, etc. If not that long ago,
Boniface III. That was the man. That was the man who introduced the bull. Pope Boniface III, or the third even.
Yeah.
I remember, I think it was last year, there was a bit of a sort of trend going around of people talking about democide, death by government, and there was a big sort of topic of like, we often talk about the amount of people that have been killed in genocide by this, that, or the other dictator. Whereas really, if you look at it on a more holistic scale, there's been more people killed by governments, etc. But I think you probably could quite successfully argue and find a lot of evidence to show that one of those structures that has killed the most people is the Vatican, is the Catholic Church. And I apologise to any good-natured people out there who happen to be Catholic, but you're very badly deluded.
And condoms do prevent AIDS.
I think they are the group that kind of invented the divide and conquer meme.
You sound a bit like Jeremy Kyle there.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just thinking of the thing in Africa where all the people were dying of AIDS, and the Vatican was saying, all this about wearing condoms and stuff, and it's just the hypocrisy of we see through it and know it's a complete corrupt system, from the very inception. It was built on evil and corruption and control and everything we've got today. So yeah, it's if you want to trace back where it all started, well, not where it all started, but where it sort of evolved to, and then it went on from there to what we've got now, pretty much. That's where you go and have a look. One of the places, anyway. There's other places too, like the City of London as well, and they all have a link. And what's the other one? Washington. All these centres that were set up to completely dominate and control everything in the end, and that's what they're doing, trying to do.
Yeah, there's one in Paris, there's one in London, which is the City of London, Paris, Rome, Washington. Well, we've already said Italy, that's Rome. But I think the other one, well, it is controversial, but I think all this financial stuff, all this mystification over banks and what have you, come to Switzerland, that's the root of it. Well.
Yeah. I mean, it links nicely actually to what you were saying earlier about being ignorant about stuff. Yeah, a lot of what they rely on is the creating layers and layers of complexity, such that for the average person, they look at it and they're just like, oh wow, no, I can't deal with that. I need to hire a lawyer, and they get sucked into that very system that then taps them like it's milking a cow.
Yeah.
See, my reference earlier to like, the Scottish people, I mean, I really do sincerely wish them the best will in the world, and hope they truly, truly get their independence, because that you're only going to get one shot, and it really means something. But to be, I forgot what my original point was now, but yeah, I think I've got it again. That's why I'm saying about this financial thing. Knowing what we know, where it all comes from, knowing that there's been a precedent set in Parliament. I know that was for the Bradbury Pound, but the concept, I'm not saying you can use the concept of that precedent. They could set it for themselves in Scotland, and if they do, and do create their own money without any tie to some other bank, some private interest somewhere like the Federal Reserve is in America, without tying themselves to that, and by using that precedent, they could literally walk into a proper world where, if anyone cares to look at the book, it's The Financiers and the Nation. There's a chapter in there about municipal banks, and I couldn't see anything wrong with that. And it's an interesting concept. And Scotland has got a value. If it has got a value, it's putting more into this country than they're actually taking out. So it is quite a valuable country. It has got a turnover, and that interest-free money is generated on the wealth of that. But their way of hanging a blackmail kind of veil over all that is the fact that all the corporate entities that we were talking about, all the investment that's been in Scotland over the years, all that corporate investment that's been pumped into Scotland, they'll want their pound of flesh. Well, okay, you clear out of all the factories, then let the Scottish people who've been running those bloody factories run those factories, but not for your profit, for their own country's profit, and you watch Scotland, it'll flourish. And if those people want their investment back, well, they can have it back at 50 pence a fucking week, pal. And it'll be a fucking Scottish £3, and you take it or leave it, because as far as we're concerned, if you moan too much, we've got a nice prison underneath fucking Edinburgh Castle here, aching for people like you to sit in there, and, while we accidentally lose the key for 100 years. We'll do to you what you do to files that exist, where you've been tinkering with bloody kids, and bury the files for 100 years so we can't see them. So we'll bury you for 100 years so we can't see you. Grab your freedom. And Nicola Sturgeon's not saying that. Neither is Mr. Galloway, and neither was that Tory MP. And I just wish, all those 16 and 17-year-olds who were sitting in that auditorium were waiting for the right words to hit their ears, and all they were getting was little bits and babs, a carrot dangled here and a carrot dangled there from the other side. And I don't suppose any of them walked away with a firm conviction in the mind. And at that age, with such an important decision being made, they have got a bloody voice, because they're the future, man. They are Scotland. You can't argue with it.
But they've gone through the same education system as well. Don't forget, these kids who are 17. They've come out of the way to think. They don't think that they believe the politicians are told these are the guys that are running things, and you must trust them and things like this. So it's kind of a lot of people do see through it, but there's those who like you say, leave confused because they know something's up, but they don't know quite what it is, or they just go along with the crowd and, oh yeah, okay. And there's a lot of people like that left confused, and they don't really know, like you say. But it's never taught to you. You see, you're never taught to think for yourself. You're never taught these things as a child, or going through the education system. So they have you at a very weak time where you don't know who you are, and then as you get older, sometimes you just begin to realize who you are, or whatever. Or you sometimes just gifted, and you know who you are when you're very young, and you're very, within you just know who you are. So but the majority of people are confused and are left in a sort of, well, let's just do that because everybody else is, or they just don't know the issues, or they just don't have time to even look at the issues because their lives are so wrapped up in the bullshit. So it's difficult.
I just think to myself, if I'd have left school with, I mean, the knowledge that I've gained in the last 5-6 years, if I'd have left school with that, which would have been far more useful than the shit that they taught me. If I'd have left school with that, I would have had a chance to have a go at life, because, if it got to the stage where I was, innovative enough to approach a bank for a loan or something, and they said, no, you just sign this dotted line. But hang on a minute, Paul. If we're coming to a contract, we'll have a proper contract, thank you. One that's, and you're forearmed with all that knowledge. I mean, I wouldn't go into a loan contract with anybody now, unless it was a proper one.
The thing is, if you knew this information, and what I'm saying, if that's the way it was, that it wouldn't be the way it is. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah.
So that's the problem.
So what I'm saying is, through the problem, all we've got to do is educate ourselves through the problem now.
And people and children. I mean, I've got a daughter. I tell her things, and I'm, she's
maybe Scotland will create a Scottish Bitcoin.
Scottish coin.
Yeah. The killed coin.
Killed kind. The Titan.
Yeah.
Fits just nice in your spotting.
I've just tested that link, chaps, and it does work. In case that surprises anybody. I've just got a birth certificate from here and tried it, and yep, it works.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's absolutely gobsmacking. It's one thing to know the legal person, and I'm not naive to this stuff. I really, I'm aware of it. It's one thing to know that, but to actually, for me, seeing's believing, and to actually see you being traded and when you were last traded is absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, one of the main things trying to get across to people, I've been doing this for a while, for a few years now, trying to get across to people that you need to look at this stuff for yourself, because the strongest truth is the one you realise for yourself. People can give you signposts, they can help you along the way, they can, point you in directions, whatever, but in the long run, you've got to see it for yourself, you've got to experience it for yourself. Hopefully not the bad shit. Hopefully you don't get to that point by bad shit happening to you to wake you up, to make you see it. But when you see that stuff for yourself, when you can find it for yourself, it sinks in a hell of a lot better.
Do you know how I spent yesterday? Speaking of seeing things for yourself, I made a sourdough bread base. Mother. I started that. So you put the yeast, you just put the flour in there and some sugar and some water. You put a towel over it and you leave it, and then before long you end up with a base. You can make fresh bread every day, feed it, and you end up with your own strain of yeast. And it's one of those things where you go, yeah, I'm sure I can, and that's boring. But when you actually do it yourself, and it's a solutions thing to me. It's if it all goes wrong tomorrow, I'll have bread.
Yeah.
And it's
I've heard of. So just anecdotes. I've heard of people who've had their own little yeast culture for knocking on generations, and they become almost like part of the family. It's like, have you got Mabel's yeast? Oh yeah, let's make some bread, kind of thing. Yeah, definitely.
Susan, and we call it Susan, and we are actually trading on the stock market. So if you'd like to.
Back in the day, in the late 50s, I was looked after by my aunt and uncle while my parents went to work. But my uncle used to make his own yeast, and he used to brew ginger beer in the cupboard, bottles and bottles and bottles of it. And once that was brewed, if ever you wanted a glass of pop, it was my uncle's ginger beer. Bloody lovely.
Yeah.
Good stuff, yeah.
We're making a bit of a joke of it, but really, when it comes down to it, that is a kind of real-world, real commodity that could have immense value to you and the people around you if this structure starts to fall apart.
Yeah.
Because it's something you can trade, and it's something that is exceedingly valuable to us, i.e. it allows us to make food that we need to eat.
Yeah.
So that kind of stuff is... Definitely, right. Yeah.
When I set up, my dad said to me, "But you need money to live." I said, "No, you need air, food, a roof over your head."
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I suppose. And I got quite mad at the time because I thought that is the meme that's kept me enslaved for the much shorter time it's kept you enslaved, fella. And it was sort of that stage in my life where you get the. The awakening, but also I look back at my parents' life and I think, Christ, you could have been doing other stuff.
Yeah.
And I've got a couple of water butts out there. I've said before, I collect water. I've got a reverse osmosis unit. I've made a filter. I process it. I make my own water. So I brew my own beer with my own water. And it sounds really shit, but it's absolutely awesome to when you drink it. You get blathered, but you're getting blathered on something you know ain't going to hurt you, other than maybe a slight hangover. But
it's not that long ago that most people in Britain, even the kids, you couldn't drink the water because of open sewers and sort of stuff. You couldn't drink the water, but the water that they did, that was separated, they brewed soft ale, and everybody drank soft ale. And those that liked it even more drank the harder stuff. But in the morning with your breakfast, you would get a tankard of soft ale.
Not wrong with that, wake you up, wouldn't it? Do you know that it was only World War II when the beer got weaker, wasn't it? I mean, before World War II, when the sugar was relatively plentiful, 7% were like piss, And it's only really sort of later on, post World War II, that your 3 and your 4 and your 5% are sort of getting up there.
Considered strong as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I think we're very much on the same lines, fellas. It is just the stupid little things, a few simple plumbing fittings and an afternoon, or even just an handful of flour in a pot, and it's so empowering to think, well, actually, I feel slightly more decoupled from the system, even though it's a very silly thing. That is my only source, really, of not my only source, but it's one of the main ways in which a coping mechanism with what's going on. Because if you just lie down and take it, I go crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was just trying to remember the name of the mushroom. There's a kind of it grows in like a water solution, and it's very similar to yeast in respect that you can sort of, I think it's called kombucha, something like that. You can take a sort of part of it, put it in a new container, and it will grow again. And periodically, it sort of goes through like similar to the yeast. It will sort of like breed off, so you can get new sort of nuds off it and grow another one and another one and another one. And they've been sort of traded amongst various communities for the last few years. I see it come up again and again as a topic, occasionally. Probably, I've just grown a new. I think it's kombucha.
Do you eat them? Is it for food?
Sort of, yeah. I think it's mainly brewed into like a tea, but it's almost like a broth, I suppose. So you are sort of ingesting it, but it's more to do with the brewing up of it rather than just eating it directly.
What does it do for you?
Don't know in that respect. Have a mooch on the health kind of websites, the health orientated websites.
Screen sharing now.
I seem to remember, do you know Morris, 108 Morris? He did a little video on it ages ago. That's it, kombucha, yeah.
I've got a feeling Fady Poo does his own as well. I'm sure I've spoken to Fady Poo on Skype about this, kombucha.
It looks like Truckertizer.
It made me.
That's Motorwaytizer.
It made me remember it because it's another one of those things where it's a living culture that can be shared and traded amongst people, and the fact that it's ingestible, and as far as I remember, it's supposed to have health benefits, a bit like drinking green tea and stuff like that. So in that respect, again, it's one of those things that is valuable to us as a resource. Yeah, I could also talk about hemp seeds and other what you would call like heritage or legacy seeds, stuff that's not fucking GMO. They're becoming a subculture business, people trading those kind of seeds, whereas like years ago it wouldn't have even been a thought process. You would have just like had a packet of seeds and know that they're heritage legacy seeds, and once you've grown them you'll get to keep the seeds off your produce. But of course now that's not the way it works, so it's generated this sort of subculture trading of sharing seeds.
There was one of these pictures going around a while ago, I don't know if you saw it, and it said organic food, or as our ancestors used to call it, food.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. I'd think we've just got to do stuff. Yeah,
it is little bits like that, and that as well. I'd say I'm doing a lot of linking back into things we talked about. When I was talking about the Agenda 21 kind of balkanisation that they're trying to force us down. Obviously, they want us to be in a very controlled environment where they supply everything.
Eat kelp.
So you won't be allowed to grow your own food and shit like that. That's what they would like the situation to be. But if we can be going sort of down that route of more independence, more autonomy, because we're doing stuff like that, where more people are growing their own food and sharing that knowledge and information and trading the resources amongst themselves. You know, take away the power of control that they have over your life, and most of that comes down to that controlled environment. They supply your food, they supply your culture, your media, your authority systems, all that kind of shit they provide for you, so that you're stuck in that subservient position.
I think it'd be really good if people got together on one of these things, you know, once a week or whatever, and says, right, what have you done? You know, show us your own work. You know, and someone says, oh, well, I've
I think you'll find that there are some groups already out there similar to that, or already sort of doing that, maybe not in any kind of like homework sense, but they're just sharing what they've done anyway, so, you know.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the conversation again, chaps. I'll mute.
No, you didn't, mate. It's all relevant to what we've been talking about, isn't it? Because this is really back to that core problem of the difference between centralisation and decentralisation. You know, we can talk and argue all we like about the benefits of having some kind of social structures, such as emergency services, roads, who'll build the roads, all that kind of shit. But when it comes down to it, what the controllers, rely on is having that position of control, because then they get to dictate the rules, they get to dictate the costs and the values and the environment you live in. Whereas the more you decentralise, the more you pull that power back off them, the more genuine possibilities you've got of good living, a good environment to live in, a nice society to be part of, etc.
I think the thing, I mean, I've noticed this in myself and in others. It's when people are behaving in an irrational way, even if it's driving, they're cutting you up, they're behaving in a, you know, or they're trying to push in, antisocial, trying to push in a queue, or they're being generally like that. It's because they feel disempowered. It's because they feel that they have no power, because they feel that the resources are short, the space is short, because the shops are designed in such a way to make you feel like time is precious. It's precious, and you know, is short, sorry, and so is space, and so are resources. So there's this constant pressure. But if you know who and what you are, and you can actually say, well, you know, actually I'm looking divine creation of God, pal, and so are you. You wouldn't behave like that.
Yeah.
You would
there were some studies, psychological studies done a few years ago, and I'm sort of partly basing what I'm going to say on that, but also a little bit from my own sort of thought about this process. They're studying road rage, right? And they talk about exactly that kind of thing. Most of the time, road rage comes out of people because they feel that they're being disempowered by somebody else that they have not a lot of control over. I think it goes slightly further than that, and it's a good example of a controlled environment and how it affects the being, the sentience that is contained in that environment. When almost all road rage is based on vehicles like cars, vans, trucks. You don't get very many road rage incidents from bikers, almost none. Yeah, and I find that very interesting and part of my theory. Part of the reasoning people get into that road rage mentality is because they're in their own little pocket environment when they're in their car. It's their own little bubble space, because everything is outside of a window. They're not actually physically touching it. They're also separated from the magnetic field of the Earth, because rubber tires are insulators. So once you step into the cab of a truck or into your car, you're separating yourself from your connection to the planet. So even more so, it puts your mode of thinking, your energy, your consciousness into its own little pocket environment. So when somebody abuses your intended progress, your path of travel, whatever it is, you know, somebody cuts you up or steps in front of you or whatever, you almost always react, you know, with that kind of aggression of get out of my way. It's I know this is going to sound really gross, but it's as if you were in the womb, enjoying your nice, perfect stillness in your absolutely perfect environment where you're fed and watered and everything else, and you just have to be, and all of a sudden somebody starts trying to climb inside. Yeah, you'd be like, what the fuck's going on here? It's that kind of effect. It's almost as if they're trying to inject themselves into your pocket environment uninvited. So it incites, and this is why it's predominantly males that suffer from it as well, because we're the hunter-gatherers, we're the masculine energy, which is the outward directed acquisitive energy. So when somebody potentially gets in between us and our prey, that's why a lot of men react angrily in that sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I was leaving a wholesaler's not about a week or so ago, and there was a lady, and she used a small child as a method. It was Costco, and they check your receipts on the way out, so they check what you've got and what you've bought. And this lady put a small child in front of my trolley, and I don't know if you've been to Costco, but these things are enormous. And as to stop me, so she could get checked first. So first of all, I thought I could knock that child over, which I'm not ashamed to say went through my head. I don't care. And on the other side, I thought, well, that would be ridiculous. And she got to the checkpoint, and she looked at me and she says, "Sorry, love." I said, "It's okay. I'm in absolutely no rush." And she looked so pissed off that I didn't, you know, and I looked at the child and I said, "It's a good job I didn't knock her over, isn't it?"
But again, for a lot of
the power from her, you know.
For a lot of people out there, this comes across as being a bit sort of like wishy-washy, or almost like, you know, airy-fairy hippie attitude of love everyone, be nice to everyone kind of shit. But really, when it comes down, again, the system relies on dividing us. So the system does quite happily push us towards that dog-eat-dog mentality and ideology. They want us to think that way because then we will attack each other. And while we're attacking each other, they can be happily pilfering your pocket. Whereas if you cooperate, and cooperating is part of your interaction between the individual and your society, your community that you're just part of. You know, there's other people here as well. It's not just you. But when you're interacting in that way, if you're able to take that breath and go, well, what actually, you know, is it going to do to me, my life? Am I going to suddenly spontaneously combust because this child's in front of me? You know, they're going to be a few seconds ahead of me. You know, the car in front cuts in, which means I'm now like, what, 8 feet behind where I was a minute ago. They want you to react with that angry, aggressive, again, acquisitive. Yeah, the system is very masculine energy based. I know for some people out there, they'll say that this is like new age hippie bullshit and whatever. Deal with it for yourself if you ain't figured it out yet.
No, it's all right. I'd agree with. I mean, I'm very much anti new age, but I would agree that that is not that. I think it is part of the truth. But
I think it's it shows how much the people are under control. In mind control, basically, because when something happens that's out of their control, they completely flip.
Yep.
The other side as well is that you go, well, I wouldn't do that to somebody. You know, that's the other side of it. If you're out and out aggressive male, you know, dominating space and so on, that's one side. But the other side is if you a nice fluffy person, you wouldn't do that to somebody, and someone does something to you, you feel hard done by. So that you need to achieve balance between the two sides, I think, and say, well,
you have to stand up for yourself, for sure.
Yeah, stand up for yourself, which is what I hope to try to get across in that situation whereby I said, you know, she could have got hurt, but I didn't hurt her.
Yep.
I'm not in a rush, which I felt that had completely disarmed both sides of the situation. If I'd have knocked the child over, where would that have got me? Well, it wouldn't have got me anywhere, would it? And if I'd have got in front of her, then it'd have been a hollow victory, because what would it have achieved? Nothing. So it's far better to just disarm the situation and say, well, I'm not in a rush, knock yourself out, be my guest.
Yeah.
It's a poor example, but it's about all I can think of at the moment.
At the same time, Ivan, you know, if she was having a game at that moment, you picked the ball up and walked off the court, buggered it all up.
Well, yeah, that's the one, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there's so much of that, and it is begot by this time pressure idea, isn't it? And funneling people in. I mean, you see that so often with the way just the layout of places and the timing of traffic lights. It's designed to pass you off and funnel you in.
If you're interested, this is definitely very much of a spiritual aspect. So for those that are interested, if you've never seen it, dig out a film. Well, it's sort of a documentary, sort of, called Baraka, Baraka. And it's done by this director. There's a few in the series, but that's my particular favourite because I think he encapsulates it quite well in that one particular volume. There's basically a lot of kind of time-lapse photography, and he does a lot of stuff on things like movement of traffic through cities, and then he'll sort of correlate it. He'll switch image and correlate it to things like baby chicks going through the processing machine in a poultry factory, stuff like that. And then he'll show you images of people all moving through a shopping mall and whatever. And the reason I say spiritual is because that one particular volume, Baraka, means it's kind of like another word for shaman, or a person who is following a spiritual path. You know, if you're Baraka, you are looking that direction. So it does include visual imagery and stuff like that to sort of lend to that kind of aspect of it. There's others like Kronos and a few others in the series that he's done that's more sort of just about the kind of time-lapse stuff. But this, I remember, what was it, a few weeks ago when he was talking about the layout of cities. And when you look at them, you know, it's one thing to say from the kind of materialistic city planner point of view of how they want to get the most people moving through an area where there's heavy traffic and stuff like that, so they design it in certain ways. But I suppose to look at it from a different aspect of, you think that each and every single person, human being that's moving through that area is its own little electricity field. Yeah, where is it that all this energy is, as you say, being passed? You know, what is all this energy doing? How does it concentrate in these heavily urbanized areas, and how does it flow and stuff like that?
Yeah.
So watching time-lapse stuff like that, it just helps to visualize it or to conceptualize it, kind of thing.
I saw something interesting with they were using slime mold. I don't know if you've seen this, and somebody got a map of Japan, and the place, I don't know why it was Japan, but it just was, and the place whatever slime mold eats where the local cities are, and then they put the slime mold mycelium on this thing, this petri dish, and it actually grew the train network because it's based on the same rules. It you know, the shortest possible route, it avoids danger, it gets to the food source, and it just they overlaid the train map of Japan, and it was perfect.
Yeah. See, this as well probably sound very spiritual. Sorry guys, I'm getting all weird and esoteric again. The system attempts to usurp nature. This is part of where it leads into topics such as the Illuminati and satanic stuff and all that kind of stuff, if you're interested in looking at that. But really, when it comes down to that, primarily what it's all about. Nature is the ultimate perpetual motion machine. That's what it is, yeah? It takes any singular point of energy and it generates everything out of it. And that's the reality, the physical reality that we see around us. It's a perpetual motion machine. The usurpers, these people who are so deluded that they think they're demigods, attempt to replicate that. But they could never really get to the same level of it. We have that kind of natural emanation, the sort of subconscious, global subconscious, kind of Jungian, McKenna-ish kind of aspect, to use those words very loosely, of how we as people emanate natural aspects. We naturally emerge certain aspects, such as things like road layouts and whatever, because it's just the way it works. Yeah, if the road can get there through, as you say, like the safe route, the easiest route, the most economically produced route, allowing for building tunnels and bridges and all that kind of shit, lo and behold, that's where it appears. It's like a natural emergence effect.
It's where perfection comes from, actually.
To explain
the sense of perfection, the human need of perfection,
seeking to replicate what nature does perfectly.
Strive perfection, yeah, and then you come automatically to a natural order, because that turns out to be the That's what Da Vinci found out when you measure teeth and the measurements and all that stuff.
Yeah, the Vitruvian man.
Yep.
We are predominated by the number 5. 5 digits. Your head is 1/5 of your total body. There's various other bits, but yeah, we are predominated by the number 5. And that again spins off into esoterica.
No, and into math, actually.
Yeah, following the 5 principle, or the golden mean. This is what I mean.
Golden ratio, yeah.
Mentioning now a good channel if people are interested in talking about that kind of stuff or pondering that kind of stuff is Carpo. Yeah, and this is something that he posted a video talking about light and we're light beings the other day. I don't get the time anymore to watch all these videos. I only get to dip in and out occasionally, but he put this one up. I thought, yeah, that's great, mate, thank you. And I just typed, we are all sunflowers. And afterwards I thought, that probably makes me sound really special. We're all sunflowers. But what I was trying to get across, and I've mentioned this before, is in that fractal aspect of we are emanating that phi ratio, that mathematical perfection of how the energy emanates out to us, and we are solar powered. You know, if the sun wasn't there the way it is, we would not be here the way we are. I know that sounds a bit circular, but we would not be the beings we are if the solar system setup was different. We'd be slightly different. We might have 3 arms instead of 2 and stuff like that, but whatever. Yeah, we're all sunflowers.
Can I say something in support of that, Cookie?
Yes, please. I don't sound so special.
No, has anyone heard of the 4, 5, 6? If you make a triangle of those dimensions, 4, 5, and 6, it means something in sort of esoterical sacred geometry, because you've got these 4 chambers of your heart that connect to your 5 senses, and the 2 together gives you the ability, if you go into yourself and study it enough, the 2 together give you the ability to achieve the 6, which is the 6th sense. Mm-hmm. That's something that I read, the 4, 5, and 6, and there's certain things that you can think of that exist around you that run on the 4, 5, 6. You know, I had a couple of synchronicities on one of those. The 4, 5, 6, which followed.
It's the magic of mathematics, though, isn't it? And I say the word magic not to imply, you know, fairies and unicorns, but it's the only way I can describe it, because the mathematics works so well. Again, we're back to perfection. It is a demonstration of perfection, that we can look at it and see that stuff going on, and it's just like, wow. That's why the only way I can describe it is magic, because it's way beyond my comprehension to see all of that working together at once, but it does.
Well, in this particular philosophy, if the 4, 5, and 4 and 5, and the 6th principle comes in, then that opens the 7th chakra, apparently. So you reach the 7th, and anything to do with 7 is the 7th chakra.
What, the crown?
Yeah.
7 is the magic number.
Yep.
So if you practice the 4, 5, 6, your heart is there. That can only tell you the truth. Absolutely, because the heart never lies. You know, if you have a discussion between your heart and your heart always wins, but your head 9 times out of 10 overrules and says, you know, no, I don't want to focus. I'll have a Mondeo instead. You know. And that's your heart saying, no, really, if you had a focus, it would be more economical. I know it wouldn't be as big. You wouldn't be so pronounced on the road, but it would be in the long term more economical and better for you. But no, your head says, no, get the Mondeo, man, bit faster, bit yeah. So you go for the Mondeo, don't you? And but if you use the 4, 5, 6 principle and get the focus, drive the focus, you enter 6, which is the 7th chakra opening. And I'm not saying that a Ford Focus is how you open your 7th chapter.
But it does require some focus.
Yeah.
The car salesman's back again.
I was going to say, do you work for Ford?
No, it's just an analogy, man. You know, that battle in your mind, you know, what you should really do and what you really do.
It's that inner voice, isn't it? That voice. If you have that inner voice, it's like we don't listen to it enough, and that's sometimes your higher self, or in your own, like you say, your heart connection, what's right, the moral compass is kicking in, or whatever it is for what reason, and that comes in and says to you, you shouldn't really be doing that, or this doesn't feel right to you, and we tend to ignore it. Some of us, you know, depending on the situation, you tend to sometimes just go, oh, sod it, and I'll do this anyway, or whatever, and then. You know, when we don't maybe listen to that enough, and it's not to say put you off. It's just that I think certain things are very apparent, certainly in relationships and things, where you maybe thought I shouldn't have, you know, gone there, and it was telling you all the things in the beginning, or whatever it is, or like you say, even if it's basic, like how much, you know, am I feeding my ego? Am I feeding my what's really right? You know. And it's like that's the thing. So
can I add an aspect that again links into the fractal kind of thing, but at the same time sort of leading off from what you've just said, because I was thinking that comes back to that problem of overthinking something, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, your heart knows fairly instantly. And then the idea gets to your ego brain, and your ego brain is, well, let's analyse all the possibilities before we make a decision. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? And you overthink it. And it's been shown now scientifically, you know, there are brain cells in the heart. There's only a small few, but there are brain cells in the heart. And I would suggest that what we're actually experiencing is because there's only a few brain cells there, its thought process is much quicker and simpler. It gets straight to the point very directly. Whereas with the sheer amount of layers of the ego brain that we develop as we grow up, you have to keep digging down through those layers until you get to that more direct connection. So the heart knows fairly quickly, but the ego brain runs off and tries to make everything possible out of it, and then can't decide what to do about the fucking thing, and it's too late.
The other one is, I think, to realise that you don't always have or even need a connection with something higher up to make a decision or to act something out. And I think when people don't hear anything, they get upset. And I think there's a time for just getting on with the nuts and bolts of the job. I mean, there's no point taking a piss and trying to talk to God, is there? You know, some tasks are just meant for a lower self.
Can I agree with you by ironically using some Bible verse? God helps those who help themselves. Yeah, and that doesn't mean you go off pickpocketing and stealing off others. That means exactly what you've just said. And the classic problem of almost all religions, unless the ones that are really deluded or use weird drugs or whatever, is the empty void. When you turn to it and ask the question or expect to hear the voice and you hear nothing. You hear nothing but just the empty void, and you end up seeing yourself staring back at yourself. So yeah, the point to me was that this was my conclusion for myself, was that it's you are the choice point. You are the flux capacitor. God will not answer you, because if there is a God of a particular personage, kind of, you know, the way they're usually portrayed as being some kind of actual entity, if there is something like that, then it would completely defeat his purpose by actually showing you to himself, because otherwise you wouldn't need faith and stuff like that. Yeah, that's the point of almost every religion, is it relies on unprovable faith for you to say, I am a such and such religion, whatever particular brand you choose. But yeah, it's that empty void. Classically and very well talked about and investigated by Nietzsche. Very depressing stuff to read if you want to, but yeah, well explored by him, of how we all find it, You know, except for the crazy people who say, I hear the voice of God, like Bush, you know, he phones up God every week to get his next orders. I think he was basically just talking about his dad. Yeah, what are we doing this week, Dad? Yeah, bomb Iraq, okay, Dad. But when you're talking about the big I am, it won't answer you. He, she, it, whatever it is, cannot, will not ever answer you. You've got to figure it out for yourself.
I think we've all had the situation where you start a project and you think, I'm going to go about this. What colour shall I paint that wall? Or how many bolts shall I use? Or whatever. And you go into an infinite thought loop because your mind says one thing, your heart says another, logic says another, reason says another, and the missus says something totally different. And you just don't. You sat beside me, so I'm not dead yet. And so you just don't know at all what to do. And sometimes it's just not the day to do it, and it's best to just get up and walk off.
Yeah, or do something else.
Yeah, you just totally go into an infinite loop with it. And other times, you can go into something and go, this defies logic, but I'm doing it this way. And I do that quite a lot. You know, there is just because it's something.
You don't need this. Again, I'm referring to myself a lot. Sorry if that sounds really narcissistic or whatever. It's just I prefer to talk about my experiences, my perceptions, because sharing it might mean something to someone. But it's that thinking about it too much, and sometimes you don't need to show you're working out. If that I can explain it that way, it's the only way I can think of sort of describing it. Back in my school days, one thing that always used to frustrate me terribly, and now looking back on it, I know for a fact it slowed me down. It stunted my learning progress, my education, because I had to show the working out. And a lot of the time, I'd come to a problem and I'd just go, oh, yes, this.
Yep.
And they'd be like, no, you got to show you're working out. You got to show you're working out. And I'm like, well, I've already answered it. How do we know you're right? Well, you've got the answer. You can see it, you can tick it, you marked it. It's right, isn't it? No, you still got to show your work. In the same way, if you can do something and you just get on with doing it, you're doing it. Why do you need to show you're working out? Just get on with it.
I've done this, and I've made a decision that I didn't understand fully. And I've gone forth with something, and then only later, after other things have revealed themselves through the project, has it become obvious that I've made the right decision. It's been a multifaceted decision where the thing's been absolutely elegant because I made entirely the wrong decision in the beginning.
Well, what your ego brain told you was the wrong decision.
Yes, yeah. There's some beauty in that somewhere. Listen, I'm going to mute up because I don't want to piss everyone off, so I'm going to.
I could say the same thing, mate. I tell you what, I'll mute up as well. I'll roll another smoke and somebody else can talk for a bit.
You're quiet
now. Everybody mute up.
I'm going to quote another bit of Bible then, if someone's got a minute. I'm going to quote another bit of Bible, and in some scriptures somewhere, from what I can remember, Jesus said, if thine eye be open, thou wilt be filled with the light of God. Now, if the Bible is allegory, and if we're hopping back to that old one that I've said before, the 7th of the 7th is the 7th Sabbath, which is every 49 days. Scientifically then, we're going back to the pineal gland, and the fact that at its basic level, the pineal gland is not just a receiver a transmitter of information, it is also a receiver. So, but, you know, the word in this case is not what's written in the Bible. It's down to what information is being carried in photons or electrons or whatever.
Energy. We're all energy.
And to me, that is the word. I mean, what is the word of God? It's like, I don't know what frequency it is, but it's that. Can't be anything else, because it's, at the end of the day, the language of the universe is mathematics, and mathematics can be related to a frequency. So shouldn't the Bible be full of like multiplications rather than words. Because if somebody's saying that the Bible is the Word of God, then between God and the Bible, there had to be a man involved who had to write it down. What if he had a moment where he was slightly deaf and a couple of words got mixed up? That would make the whole Bible,
He was. I think the Bible was the thought of another bloke who just wrote them down and said, "This is a great way to control everybody, isn't it? Do it. High five."
I couldn't stay after you said
I'm not saying I'm an atheist. I really don't say that I'm an atheist, but I'm not a Bible basher, certainly. But I do believe in a creator. I mean, everybody knows that who's listened to me on it. I do believe in a creator.
Can I chuck in a couple of things? One of them may be really controversial, because I know in general it's one of those areas that for most of us we sort of disagree with or whatever. You're talking about the language of the universe being mathematics, religion being, written down by human beings after the fact. The Torah and the Kabbalah that comes out of the Torah relates very, very directly to mathematics. There is a lot of really astounding mathematical linkages in the Kabbalah itself that I feel, the longer I've looked at it, the more I see that it's similar to astrology. Is a very poor way to try and interpret the movements of the heavenly bodies and how that affects us. In the same way, Kabbalah and the Torah itself is a poor way to interpret the beautiful mathematical language that creates this. Yeah.
Yeah. I.e., the Fibonacci sequence is one example. Yeah.
And the other thing is, this is a classic one for me, which is why I, over the years, got more and more interested in the kind of shamanistic stuff, talking about sound and frequencies and things like that and how they affect us. Because, again, it comes back to kind of plasma physics. We are energetic beings. We have our own electrical field, and that's interacting with all the other fields around us. Plus, we are, in effect, a biological soup of atoms and cells, which again is in fact affected by the environment it's in. But tracing that all back to the classic allegory of the Word of God, if you've got that, call it sea for want of a better way of describing it, a sea of energy, which was the beginning of all things, the very first sentience that grew out of that realized its own sentience. And this is why, again, referencing the Torah, their definition of God, the letters that represent God, actually translated into English is just simply I am, or I am that I am. In that respect, that very first sentience that realized itself, realized its own sentience, said I, as in, I'm recognizing myself, I am. And from that point, everything else grows. Because once that imbalance in the equilibrium of the sea of energy, once you flip the energy one way or the other, it creates a perturbance, which is the difference required between two poles of duality to allow everything else to exist from that point. I know that might be diving really deep down for some people, but
that makes sense.
This is why, for me, when I finally sort of read through that allegory and thought, hang on a minute, word of, what is a word? It's to intone something physically. It creates a frequency. When I'm doing this, I'm speaking, I'm moving air molecules to create a frequency. So what they're talking about is that initial, boom, moment of realization creates a frequency pattern. And from there, everything else develops.
Have you or anybody out there heard of the Bok saga? And it's an old Nordic saga. It takes years and years to learn. It was revealed on the net.
I have.
Yeah, and the Bok saga is supposedly old poetry that once it's said, it creates certain frequencies. But that's as deep as I got with it. And if you're in a in a room where they're citing all this Bach saga, you're supposed to be receiving all the frequencies. It's not what is said, it's how it's said and the noises that are coming out and the frequencies created from what is said.
Yeah, it's not a written word, it's oral language.
There again, like we said earlier on, that all law started out being oral, spoken, not written. You know,
it's an interesting theory, for sure.
I could go off in again. It's me talking again. No, shut up. Somebody else say something.
I don't know what to say. Really.
Interrupt you.
I've been listening to all the like esoteric stuff, and yeah, I'm very interested in the sense of like gone and looked into things a bit more because I've done a bit of like personal experience and stuff. So it's like for me, it's yeah. I think I've come to a decision that because I shut down a little bit. I wasn't shut down, but I think I need to be doing more on that side of things. Helping people a bit more, getting back into it, and maybe take up doing some readings again or something like that I used to do. And maybe so I feel like I want to. There is something that I need to do, because it's something I can do, so I'm going to do it. So fuck it. So yeah, so shut down for about 7 years, I think, on that side.
I started to read about religion, but I just found that if you, because there's so many different versions of it, and I just found out it's just all dogma.
Well, I just work. I just think energy, like with me, when I was working with it, and I got into it through the meditation and stuff, and learned to just balance and do things, and go into wherever I wanted to go in that sort of state, and experience stuff. But it can be a powerful thing, and it can really blow your mind, if you're not prepared for stuff. And I see lots of people doing. What's called Kundalini energy work and meditation, and it can make you very sort of out of balance, too far right-brained. So
detached.
Detached. So you have to be careful and bring yourself back from that, which is what I did. And I
can't help it. I'm left-handed, Peter. So I'm right-brained anyway.
Well, my thing, I went totally too right-brained when I got into this, and I drew myself back and discovered more and wanted to learn more, and linked up all the geopolitical stuff and all the rest of it, and what I've been doing to this day. But there's something I have to still sort of do with it, because it is something that I want to do. So I think it can help certain people. If it can, then great. But I'm not advertising my services, by the way, or anything like that, because it's not for money. It'll just be the people who I know and how the synchronicities of life and the universe works out for me. I'm not going to go and see.
Am I on my own there? Did everybody else hear that bit of interference?
Yeah, I heard something, but I'm not going to seek any monetary, thing from. I was telling a friend today, and it's just a question of being around the people and seeing how it goes, and go on a journey. A little bit of see what happens, get out there and see what happens.
It's the old concentrate, meditate thing, isn't it, with the brain situation? I mean, I'm left brain biased totally. But I do try to employ, and he's nodding sagely there, I do try to employ the right brain, and this is what I was talking about earlier when it comes to a project. It's trying to almost make an irrational decision and let the right brain choose the colour first, And I do try to. Yeah, that was for you, Kendall. Yeah, it was. That does work for me. It's a way of finding centre. But I do have a real thing up my ass with this resonance thing that people talk about, and I don't fully get to what they're referring. I mean, if you take anything and you want to find its resonant frequency, you put a step function into it, and it'll bastard resonate. So if you take a bell and hit it, it rings. So if you take a human and smash them in the face, do they go for all of their possible resonant frequencies then? It's how what does resonance mean in these terms? Are we talking about a mechanical resonance, a body cavity resonance? Are we talking about the electrical resonant frequencies or electronic?
Harmony.
What I would
I think from what I've gathered, the human race in the last so many years, I can't remember how many years, that the actual bog standard frequency of the human being has gone up from 9 point something to 13 point something.
I'm assuming
Isn't that really referencing the Schumann resonance? That was one of the things I wanted to point out. In sort of like general use, most people, when they use the word resonance or it resonates with me kind of use of language, they're talking about I find it harmonized with me. We had a harmonious interchange. We gained something out of it without it disrupting us. So that's basically what they're referring to more than anything. But
with reference to what I've just said, that I'm talking that like the scientists have studied what the resonant frequency of human beings are, basically because DARPA want to create a fucking frequency weapon to disrupt the resonant frequency of human beings, and they have succeeded in doing so. That's checkable. That's out there.
That is referring to the stuff based on the Schumann resonance, which is supposedly the resonance of the atmosphere around the planet, or the magnetosphere included in that.
From what I understand about that, that's the time it would take for a radio wave to propagate around the planet and back again.
Yes.
So you're ringing the planet like a bell, effectively.
I'm not sure if it's the time or the frequency or an equation of the two. I can't remember now.
Frequency is 1 over time. So it's reciprocal of time. So it's kind of
same thing, basically.
It's just the inverse of it. But it just, I don't know. Just when I get into these new ages, I've dealt with right brain people before.
Yeah.
When it comes to business and when it comes to, and they can be an utter nightmare.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. Sorry. Go on.
I'm sorry, Peter. I'll shut up in a minute. I react by going completely left on them and going, "What are you on about?"
Yeah.
Show me the data. Show me the data.
Oh, you can look at string theory.
Yeah.
Well, you go back round on yourself again. Yeah.
I'd also refer you back to magnetics and what I'm calling plasma physics, but it's not just really plasma physics, is it? You're talking about fluid dynamics, but dealing with magnetic fields rather than liquids. Interesting. Just as a side note into that as well, interesting, there's a lot more studies being done into ferrous materials, nanomaterials, ferrous nanomaterials, I think, maybe describing that wrong, and how they're affected by magnetic fields within certain environments, stuff like that. And I would argue that when we're talking about that kind of topic, people talking about resonance and whatever, it's more to do with that electrical field of ourselves and how we're interacting with the environment, which is why I would argue, have been arguing for years, that as the rise of the kind of Wi-Fi soup that is enveloping all of us is why you've seen a rise in certain ailments and mentality, mental problems and cancers and all that kind of shit, because it's disrupting, it's alien to the environment we have evolved into.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the benefit of Ivan, there we are, mate. This is 2 of them, but there's a pile of these in the cupboard. That's my left brain. This is how I use my left brain. Everything I research, I make notes. The more I make notes and the study my notes, that's how I bury it into my left brain, because I have that problem. So but even doing that, look, I'll show you evidence of something that occurs while you're studying and while you're focusing with your left-hand brain. Your right-hand brain does something and it's subconscious. And what I'm about to show you is it's one of a whole series of pieces of art that come from the subconscious, because this is just what goes on in my left hand when I'm listening and learning and studying. So there you go. I don't know whether you can see that. These are like doodles, man.
That's beautiful.
That's cool. Nice
that's the art that comes out of the right-hand brain subconsciously. And if we would sit here for I've got a whole. Yeah. Here we go. Just,
Yeah.
It's a bunch of squiggles that make, but that's I call that subconscious art because, and I've studied some of the artwork, and you see all those like waves, the watery stuff there. That was done when Tube was about 6 foot, 7 foot underwater, and this was coming out of me subconsciously. You know, look, you see the water flowing and overflowing where it shouldn't go. It's weird.
You should have some of them done up as tattoos, mate. They would make such wonderful tribal designs. Yeah.
Well, tribal, but
well, just because I feel it would work better sticking to a mono colour, which is very sort of tribal style, as they like to call them.
But I've worked through that phase now. You know, it doesn't affect. You know, there's another one, but it is a bit more water flowy. There we go. It's hard to put it in front of the camera, actually. There we go. Look. But this all comes out of one side of your brain, while the other one's filling up full of information. And
the thing is, what they've done cleverly, what I've worked out, what they've done very cleverly, they've worked out a method to keep you either stuck there or stuck over there. And that's where people, when they have a sort of what's called an awakening or a sort of like a realization, and they gravitate towards maybe, the right brain too much, and then and those who go to really interested in, logic and things, they keep them over there, and that's the problem. I went right brain. I've never really been that much logic, I'll be honest with you. I've always been more right as a person, I think, growing up and all my experiences and shit. So, I think I've sort of had difficulty actually engaging the logic sometimes. So, that's been my problem sometimes. So I've had a difficult kind of different experience to some people in a sense. I've done it the other way around. I've only, been sort of very right and then come, trying to find that balance within the left and the right. And it's not an easy journey. It's very difficult, especially when you find out about how everything's, like to say, new age spiritual bullshit and everything else. And but they've tried to co-opt everything. So
I was just about to ask myself, what would be the left-right perfect balance product? What would be the thing that the perfectly balanced individual would make?
That would be the internal moral compass where we stop everybody doing wars and shit and being bastards and psychos and deal with it, and maybe, I don't know, yeah.
Can I answer with one perspective from one particular culture? But I find this is very relevant when you start to sort of add the layers of some of the political ideological kind of stuff we've talked about to do with anarchism and being the true sovereign to yourself and all that kind of stuff. But sticking with the non-aggression principle of you still stand up for yourself. You don't just lie down and take it when somebody's attacking you. And I would point out, this is in other cultures, but for me this one is very, very sort of like a pinnacle of it. You would become a sword maker. You would become a blacksmith, similar to the ultimate skills, I'm saying ultimate skills, maybe bigging them up bigger, of the kind of Bushido culture of feudal Japan, where the people who were considered somebody who's achieved a master balance would be somebody who's mastered Bushido, i.e. the art of fighting, mastered the spiritual aspects of the use of their brain as well as their spirit, and has perfected that into producing a weapon that can be used to either take life or to protect it. I know that it sounds somewhat of I can't think of another way of describing it. This is through other cultures as well, like I said, but there is that, I feel, there is a direction, a pinnacle that leads you to that. If you can master the ability to make a weapon that you know how to use and use well, use in a very good fashion to do what it's intended to do, i.e. slice and dice and kill people, and you choose to keep it in its sheath, because your real weapon becomes yourself, your true self, and your ability to not draw that weapon, not draw the physical weapon.
Yeah.
See, an example of that I would think would be a cathedral. You know, to be able to engineering wise keep the roof up and keep thousands and thousands of tons of material up there, and at the same time have these beautiful curves and these beautiful, you know, plasterwork and all the rest of it that's involved, and also describe the religion itself by the Vesica Pisces. Have the window not only structurally correct, but draw a fish that describes that it's the age of Pisces in the same. That has got to be a left-right, an example of left-right.
It is
Production to me.
It is same as Cancer the crab, left crab, right, left claw, right claw.
Ah, is that what that describes, huh?
Mm.
Ah, yeah, I didn't get that. I mean, like a left. I mean, I'm seeing your artwork, Ken. That's fucking amazing. But
they're just silly doodles. You know, I went through a phase where I was listening to lectures and what have you. Even though there was visuals there, you know, like my left hand was like just going for it, and it was a particular phase where I was trying to work out, you know how you do, misinformation, disinformation, blah, blah, blah. So you listen to shitloads of stuff and try and work out for yourself which is the right path or whatever. And all this stuff was pouring out. I got like 3 or 4 books. I did a load in pencil and green ink, but it didn't work. So, but you know, I went through 5 biros in about 3 months.
I would point you out, I can't remember the proper terminology for it, and I can't think of any particular documentary or whatever to point you at, but a lot of the investigations into things such as altered visions, journeying, you know, in that kind of use of drugs fashion, there is a correlation across cultures, across time, of certain artistic aspects that get repeated, and one of them is very similar to the kind of patternation that you're doodling, which is commonly the wavy line kind of stuff, but it gets more complex. You end up with more complex shapes and that, but it basically relies on that kind of use of patternation of a line, then a gap, then a line, then a gap, so you build up a more complicated pattern out of it.
Yeah, and also, as in that one, if you could see it close up, you'd see that some of the work is darker than the others. So I've tried where I can to put a bit of depth.
It does, mate. It looks like a lot of the ayahuasca trip art that I've looked at, Alex Gray kind of art. Yeah. That's a name to look at if you're interested in that kind of stuff. Alex Gray. He does some amazing pictures. He did a lot of the artwork that's commonly used when they talk about McKenna and stuff like that, Terence McKenna.
But stuff appears in it that, I don't know, that I mean, there's another one, but that's an elongated one. But
also, again, extending out to this, have you heard of the principle of ghostwriting? And I don't mean where some big name celeb pays somebody to write a novel for. I mean, the principle you've described of you occupy your ego brain, your concentration focus is occupied with one thing, and you leave a pen or pencil, brush, whatever in the other hand with a blank bit of paper, and you just let it do its thing subconsciously.
It's weird you mentioned that, because I think I've mentioned before, my great uncle died on the first day of the Somme, 1916, and no one ever knew. The news didn't come straight away, but my grandmother, on that day that he died, she had a weird episode, and she was writing a letter and fell asleep and woke up, and it said "I love you" on the letter, W, and sorry, not W, E, and his name was Edwin Ernest. And it said "I love you" on it, and they were really close as brother and sister. And everybody in my family thought my grandma was a bit spooky after that episode, but she kept it. I never saw it, but everyone, like my mum and my aunties, all told me it existed. And then it wasn't until about 3 years ago that we actually. I was the one who broke the news to him, what happened to him, and how he died and everything, because a friend of mine across the way gave me a book, and his name's mentioned in this book, and it was the story of what his lot got up to right up until the first day of the Somme and after. But he's mentioned on the casualty list as missing in action. He's an MIA. And I think there was at least a dozen of his group left hanging on barbed wire for 10 months. So we don't know whether there's any bones in his grave or not. But I also found his grave as well, which, I mean, came too late for my grandmother, obviously, but my uncle and two aunties that were surviving, they found out. So that was a bit mystical.
Yeah,
gives us a good connection as well back to the system repeating these mass wars.
Yeah.
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 Throwing us into that fucking meat grinder.
Mm. Yeah. The sad thing about my uncle was that, I mean, everybody's got a tale. He was only he'd only just turned 16, and he was gone. That was it. First opportunity. He joined up. He joined the Robin Hood Rifles, and they were known as the Bombers. And they were, you know, the Mills bombs, the first hand grenades that they used. The Robin Hood Rifles were expert Mills bomb throwers, and on several occasions, up until 1916, they'd repelled German attacks by using purely Mills bombs and the Robin Hood Rifles. So they were known as the Bombers.
Yeah, there's lots of those. I mean, I've come across lots of that. You know, with these sort of things where you say like things were written down, and yeah, there's been lots of you know, things even happened around me over the years and stuff. So yeah, there's yeah, it is what it is, and if you wanna, if it's happening, like I say, my journey is my own journey. I talk from my own experience, and you know, I don't. My experience is mine, so it's I try and share a little bit of that. I don't sort of go too far sometimes on here, because it can melt people's heads, or it just becomes a bit of a, oh well, whatever, you know. And again, it's been so co-opted and so what's called, lots of people, when you say you can sort of maybe read someone's energy, call it that, reading their energy, reading what's around them, that sort of stuff. If you can link into that kind of energy, then there's something going on.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
So,
I'll put it down. I'll put it down to the 200 monkey syndrome. It's that
Morphogenic field.
It's that oneness. If you've got two people who grew up together and were really close, and something traumatic happened to one, and that was the only communique. After all these years, and sort of 98 years later, we actually find out what happened to the guy. And on that day was that.
So I spent a while. I read a few studies on twins, because this seemed to rise. The scientific world was getting more interested in it because of the developments in genetics, and they were working towards a genome project and all that lot. So most of their studies were more interested in that, and they used twins and triplets and why, because it makes a better control group for them to study what was going on between them. But for me, I was interested from that point of view, and this was before I'd even read about Sheldrake and whatever, and the idea of the morphogenic fields and stuff. For me, I was reading it from a sort of sociological interest point of view, because I was into, you know, a bit more of the kind of parapsychological stuff, you know, ghost stories and whatever. And why is it that twins seem to have this mental connection or spiritual connection or something? You know, it can't be physically explained readily, but they seem to have some kind of connection. Over the years,
they weren't twins. They were just very close as brother and sister growing up, you know.
Yeah, but over the years, especially when I came across Rupert Sheldrake stuff, and I was reading about that and the 100th monkey principle and whatever, and at the same time I'd been reading about Carl Jung. I know I'm chucking out a lot of names tonight, but you know.
Yeah, I've read some Carl Jung.
The kind of principle of the archetypes and the global consciousness, or the emanating subconscious that we share, That's the only way I can describe it. But that for me makes me lean more that direction, that there is other kinds of connections between us that we cannot yet put a physical data set onto. We can't actually get a meter and measure it yet to show it in a scientific fashion, but there's definitely something going on, because we encounter this kind of stuff again and again throughout history, across cultures. It's true of us as species. We seem to do this kind of stuff, so there's something going on there, definitely.
It's like when you get a case of I think there's been one or two incidents in history when somebody's invented something on one side of the planet, and there's been a similar invention on the other side of the planet.
Yeah.
Slightly different, but come out at the same time, and they've had this argument that, you stole that off me, and no, somebody had that thought, and you picked up on it on the other side of the planet, or vice versa.
As long as you don't factor in permissive technology, I mean, if suddenly the steam engine comes along, then it becomes obvious that something else is needed for it, and or it enables another type of technology or something. But you were talking about the link of people, and I can detect when it's going to kick off somewhere. I've done it umpteen times in my life. You've been somewhere and you go, no, it's going to kick off, I'm out of here. Or if someone doesn't like you, and whether you're cold reading or I don't know, but you can tell if someone doesn't like you, or if they're up to something. I've met somebody, and you think you're up to something. The previous and you just come. I don't give a tell. I just think, oh no, they've found another way of doing this, or they're not interested, and you can tell, be it in business or in your personal life, that something's going on. And what that is, I don't know.
I've described it before as your subconscious watches everything. Your conscious mind, it's similar to the way your vision works, in the sense of you've got a focal point and then you've got your peripheral vision. Yeah, your conscious mind, your rational working monologue that you operate with, is on the focus point. It's the pinnacle of that focus point. So it gets distracted in a way, or it's so focused on that there right in front of it. It's like when you watch somebody talking, when you're listening to somebody, you'll probably be looking at their eyes, then you look at the mouth, you might look at the face as a whole, but you're not looking at everything else around you that's going on. You're not watching every little detail of their body language, etc. Your focus mind isn't, unless you learn about and you practice doing that kind of stuff. But really, you watch them the way we watch each other when we're talking to each other. But your subconscious mind is taking in everything from your senses. It just amasses the whole lot, and if it's anything that it thinks is vitally important for the conscious mind to know, it'll hold that up to let you know. But otherwise, all the rest of the data is just accumulated. It's just taken in, yeah? So that kind of sense of knowing that something is going on, again, I would say I do feel that there is an aspect to it that we haven't yet scientifically been able to identify or explain or whatever. But a lot of it is that subconscious awareness of things such as body language, aroma, sounds, micro emotions on the face, all that kind of stuff. Your subconscious is taking it in. If you learn to read that kind of stuff, which is commonly what cold readers do, the classic mind reader, magician trick, where he will read somebody and say, oh, you do this kind of thing, don't you? And you've probably got this many people in your family and blah blah blah. All of that, they're cold reading based on what you look like. I think somebody mentioned Sherlock Holmes earlier. Sherlock Holmes stories, you read them, it's a really good example of that kind of analytical process to give you more context of the person or topic you're dealing with. So rather than just, oh, conscious mind says look at that, conscious mind says listen to and decipher the words he's saying to me. No, you take a slight step back, almost like you blur your vision to see the magic eye picture. In the same way, you take a slight step back and you listen more to all of your senses. Listen to what the subconscious is accumulating, and you see, you're more aware of that kind of thing happening. You do become, if you work any kind of job where there is a potentiality, for example, for people to kick off, those kind of senses get heightened very quickly. And you do learn to read it very quickly. You know, you walk into a situation and it's pretty quick that you'll be going, right, okay, these guys are going to start swinging in a minute. Yeah. It's developed. It's a muscle you can develop.
Yeah, I've had that all my life, where I could be able to like just know when it was going to be, when I've walked into a room or something, and you just pick up the energy, and it's like, whoa, or it's not good vibe, or it's a bad vibe, and you sort of react, and you either stay and you know what you're going to be getting, which is either a load of negative bullshit or a fight maybe or something, or you move away, you know, or something. Yeah.
I'm just thinking of building sites, Peter. You know, like if you don't develop a sense of humour rapid on a building site, you're doomed. You know.
Can I give you another example that me doing one of my usual things again? Make it sexual, or point out the sexual connotation. And this is just, you know, by the by, because of what I was doing back in the day when, yeah, whatever, done this in the past, I don't do this kind of shit anymore. But if you ever go into somewhere like a table dancing club or a lap dancing club, you can pretty quickly, really quickly, you know pretty much straight away, unless you're totally pissed out your face or really naive, you know. If you're a 17-year-old virgin, never been in that kind of place before, you might not notice, but you notice fairly quickly which of the girls is only interested in you really primarily just because they want to get a note out of you. You know, they want your £10 note, so they look straight up to you and they're like, yeah, mate, I'll do it for you, I'll do this, I'll do that, and they're giving you the whole hard sell basically. Whereas you then encounter the girls who just, for whatever their reasoning, you know, you do encounter this in that industry, they actually get a kick out of what they do. They enjoy it in certain ways, and you will realise that when they come up to you, because they're not so much bothered about just getting the money out of you. They want to actually partake in, even though it's not physical or penetration, they want to partake in some kind of erotic activity with you.
It's the beard that does it.
Yeah, it does it. On that, I'll just give you a note to sort of act into that potential imagery for you. I was once offered a job of working in a gay club in Germany.
Nice.
It's particularly a genre in Germany for some reason, but there's that genre of what they call the bear, the gay man who has the big beard and he's usually quite, you know, a bit well filled out, let's put it that way. And the guy he's working as an agent, he's like, oh mate, you know, I work all over Europe, I've got contacts all over Europe, you'd go down the Storm, I can't remember the name of the club. So this is a club in Germany, mate, all you got to do is dance around a pole, they'll give you tons of money. Nah, you're all right.
Was it Gas Bear Pit?
Yeah, basically. Nah,
okay.
my beard is not for that purpose. My beard is purely a home for my leprechauns.
I have to admit that my imagination, whilst it might be pretty good, it still cannot stretch to that vision. You sort of teasing people with yourself on a pole, and like, yeah.
Oh,
growling at them.
In a leather string, yeah.
Or even a mankini.
Please stop it.
Please stop, yeah.
Let's go back to talking about Scottish independence. It's a weird Freudian connection there, I'm not sure.
In a crash helmet, of course.
I thought we'd have had Scotsmen wading in by now. I thought we'd have had a few.
I know there's
a few in the chat box.
Yeah.
Chat box is lively with the boys.
I haven't clicked on anything because I don't want to shut my system down, because that's what normally happens. I've just left this one up running.
Well, there's some lively comments this evening.
Hello, everybody.
Scrolling fast too too fast for me to read everything, but yeah, I've read some of them. No, I'm not going to sing YMCA.
Where have you got that one from? I'm not.
I did come up once. I wrote out some alternate lyrics. I've got this shtick for writing alternative lyrics for popular songs, and I did do one of the Village People songs, yeah, in the Navy. But instead of in the Navy, I changed the lyrics to Intervasion, and it was pointing out how the system likes to send its armies in to intervade. We're going in as an intervention for humanitarian reasons, that kind of shit. Or is it Intervasion?
Evening, John. You all right?
I'll do, guys. I'll do.
Hello.
Evening, John.
Hello.
How's things at this pub? The last pub that I'm drunk. I've just been in. The last electronic one, I mean.
The Friday night piss on.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it's you know it's like that. Was it Ron Seal or something? It says it on the tin.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something, John?
Of course you can. Ken.
Yeah, man. It was like the reply that you got from Little Bear about your encounter with the Falcon.
Hawk. But, yeah, yeah.
Did you like glean any message from it, or because you know?
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is that Native American thing. It's very quite tribal specific, you know, in terms of the symbology and the information you can get, and or regional specific. But they all have a common kind of thing. But yeah, so I got something from it. I actually got something a little bit more from a comment that someone put in the comment box, and that was like, wow, that blew me away. It proper blew me away, because yeah, some mad things are fucking happening, and nature's getting involved in it. It's all happening. It's all happening. So yeah, it's good in a really good, beautiful, positive way. You know. Yeah.
Huxley's back, or is he back?
Hello, yeah, sorry, yeah, I am back, right? I've been busy, but I'm so fucking pissed off that I broke that thing. I've got no alternative but start work again on another one immediately, and work on it all night until it's done. So that's why I've not been saying anything. It's pretty noisy down here. Well, it can be when I got the machines on, you know.
And I can tell you that firsthand.
What are you fettling, Huxley? What is it?
I'm making a little lockpick, but I broke it. Oh, well, I've done it.
Beautiful.
I've fucking done it. I've finished it. And I fucking slipped with the pair of pliers earlier and broke it, didn't I? And you're talking about like weeks worth. Well, probably about a good 2 weeks worth of work that went into that.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
And so I'm super pissed off about it, man.
We've been speaking on Skype at night while he's been working, making the tool for the last couple of weeks.
This one will be better.
Is that an electric scooter motor you've got on that?
This thing?
Yeah.
No, it's not. This is one I got from China, but the original motor broke, and I've gone through maybe 7 or 8. I've ripped motors out of everything, like Hoovers, compressors, all sorts, man. Just trying to find a suitable replacement motor. And the one I was using before this actually was a Hoover motor. That was pretty good, but it burns out.
Mm.
Sewing machine motor, that was alright, that burnt out though. This one hasn't burnt out yet. This was from China and it was 27 quid delivered. What a fucking bargain.
Right. Is that a DC motor or is it?
Yeah, it's a DC motor, 10,000 revs, but I'll put a PWM controller on it so I can vary the speed.
I'll do it. It looks to me like one of those electric scooter motors, you know.
Ah, well, it's funny you should say that. Because I did actually get an electric scooter motor right here.
Ooh.
And it's beautiful, actually. It's very powerful. It's lovely, but it was just a bit big. It's like the size of the lathe, pretty much.
Yeah. Need to put one of those belts, an old leather belt up to your roof and Hook it on.
Yeah, man, run everything from the one leather belt like they used to do in the olden days.
Yeah.
Have one spindle running all the way across the cellar, man, with about 6 belts off it for each machine.
The trouble is, if you're in the cellar, from the living room, if your missus is in there, it'll be like
well, I get plenty of complaints from the neighbours as it is, but right now I don't really fucking care.
Yeah, fucking.
Yeah, what you'd need down there if you're going to do that, Hooks, a main spindle with leather belts. You need Dean down there with a little oil can and a blue boiler suit on, mate. Just walking up there, going, "Eat, that one's all right." Eat. About every hour.
Foreman
doing
Yates.
the job on it.
Can I have my toilet break, Foreman Yates?
That's one thing I have been looking at on TV this week. Fred Dibner's been on BBC Two again this week. And all hail Fred Dibner, because boy, what a bloody hero, man.
Yeah. I'm into that, man.
Yeah.
It'll be his memoriam soon, won't it? Is it 5th of November? Was it? No, thereabouts.
Coming up, yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, you get all them on YouTube. All of them.
I'm just fascinated with like this figure of Fred Dibner in his late 50s, and
climbing a chimney.
And the concept of climbing up a chimney off those ladders that he straps around the, around
horizontal
the
at points.
and it's totally horizontal. And then when he gets up to the first board where the scaffolding is, that's miles out of health and safety regs, reaching out over that fucking batten, man, then putting your other arm out there and then lifting your arse up onto that batten, because I've done some of that shit. And not straight up though, but coming off ladders, and believe you me, and hooking into that bosun's chair. Nah, I've drawn. No, that's where I stopped. Man, my balls have gone there. They've shrunk into my little socks again. There. But that man, what? It's not just bottle. It's knowledge, knowing that. All that mechanical thinking of knowing that that's the right knot and that's the right rope, and if I do that, it all works out, And that one you talked about, Dean, where he sat on that chimney top and dismantled it brick by fucking brick. You've seen him chucking each brick in the skip down the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, that was just a small one.
It wasn't that small, really, but it was just a small one compared.
I mean, he did one about 150 foot high, brick by brick. Yeah, he actually did it brick by brick, and it took him about 3 months or so for it down.
You know what? I think he brought one down near where I live. It used to be in Old Jackson's Brickworks years ago. There was a chimney there, and I'm sure he brought it down with fire, with fire and pallets.
He did quite a lot in Manchester. It's Manchester, Bolton, wherever there were cotton industries and bleach works.
Yeah, all along the canals.
There was one on today where it went to the latter, the back end of his life, where he was producing weather vanes, and he got a little weather vane business, and he was repairing them and replacing them and building them and fitting them.
Yeah.
And I don't know how heavy those weather vanes were, man, but one of the steeples he went up, one-handed on that fucking ladder, and he got the weather vane in one hand, and he gets to the top, and you can see the ladders going like that, fucker.
Oh, no.
And it goes up, and I think it's 2 scaffold poles.
What was he doing, casting his own iron to make the weather vane?
Because he's got his own workshop. And I'm thinking, fucking hell, Fred, don't miss the rod, and he's lifting it up and bang, slots it on, and like, I go up a ladder with I used to go up a ladder with a fucking kettle of paint, a brush in my hand, so I know what it's like climbing a ladder one-handed. But it's a kettle and a brush, man, not a fucking weather vane. That guy just, and the way he flew up them fucking ladders, and he did say this morning in one of them that you saw him pause for a minute halfway up a chimney, and that he says, I've got to stop now for a minute. That's the difference between a young bloke and an old bloke.
Yeah.
He stops, gets one leg out, wraps it round a couple of rungs, and just sits there for a minute, gets his breath back.
Have you heard the bit where he says, I climbed my first chimney for a bet?
Yes, in the dark.
That's
for 10
here.
bob.
That's here.
Really?
It's right in front of me.
Shit.
His name, his placard on it, everything. Fred did 1986. He last worked on it, I think it was.
Going back to what we were saying earlier, though, I mean, he said, "Oh, it's going to be a good chimney, this one." I've heard him say it. He's had the feeling, that it's going to be all right, this one.
Exactly.
And that's it. I mean, where's that feeling? He's not cold reading the chimney, is he? Unless he is. Maybe he's got some.
Everything into aspect when he was taking
instinct. I think that's just gut instinct. It's telling him in his stomach, this is going to be a good.
Or hidden experience.
That's experience guiding his gut instinct, I think. Because, I just looking at him, he was pure tradesman, man.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely pure. And it didn't just stick to what he knew, what his trade decided what he'd got to think. He diversified and learned all he needed to know, everything that fascinated him. And that's why I like the guy, because he took it all on board, not just that one facet.
Do you know what? One of his jobs were making coffins. That was his first job. It was he was actually trained as a joiner.
Yeah.
Like it. So he went into other things and just spread his wings from there, and his understanding of buildings and bridges and the weight that timber can carry and things like that. It's
well, you only get that sort of thing through experience as well, don't you?
Sorry?
Yeah.
You only get that sort of thing through experience. I mean, one of the things I wanted to say about this motor actually was I could have gone out and bought a replacement motor for this lathe, straight away, and it was about 150 quid or something. And in the end, I've probably spent about 120 quid on lots of other motors and controllers and this and that to get to where I am now. But I've learnt so much more about, motors and stuff just by doing it myself.
Oh, yes.
And it's that thing, it's all about experience, man.
Yeah.
And Fred didn't have that in bucketfuls.
I just want to say hello to Fady Poo. He's just come in the chat room.
And, links below if you want to jump on, buddy.
Reziak asking basically, what are we doing just talking about it? They will play our hangouts in the future and call us the weak. I strongly disagree, right? Because there's lots of things we've said and talked about that demonstrate how people are doing something. So it depends on what it is you're talking about doing. Define what you mean by doing about it. What are you doing about it?
About what?
Like I said, decouple from the system, reduce your fuel costs, make your own bread, harvest your own water. Learn to weld, learn to turn, learn to mill.
Learn to replace electric motors.
Repair your car. Don't buy a new one. Fix it. Upgrade your car. Why not?
That's something I've been doing recently. I was always scared stiff of cars, right? I don't know why, but it was always like, oh, shit, cars now, better take it to the mechanic. And in the last couple of years, I've been like, well, fuck it, I'll just have a go myself. And it's really not hard. Find, look on the internet, find what you need to know out and go and fucking do it, man. Anyone can do it.
How many people do you hear nowadays that go, oh, I used to repair my own cars, but since it all went to computers, I stopped?
Yeah, like it's changed how cars work, or, the basic principles of how cars work or something.
Yeah, the OBD scan tool that you can plug in and read the fault codes off is about 10 quid with a Bluetooth interface off eBay. What's your problem? It's just, the solutions are there. We've got access to so much information and so much stuff.
And that's thanks to the internet, isn't it? But I mean, I think it's the same sort of thing as I had. It was just that initial fear of, oh shit, I can't do that. Don't touch it.
But we all do, don't we? We all do that. We all balk.
Yeah.
When we're faced with things, but that's the thing. Get on with doing it. And I've done things where I've got through a subject, and I very quickly realised no one else in the world has done this that I can see. I've searched the web, No one's done this.
And isn't it great when you do that?
Well, I mean, I've seen you've done that world's first lockpick and so on.
Yeah, there's more than one.
Yeah, well, yeah. I am the guy in the world. And
I know, it's a great feeling, man, when you've made something that no one else, and it works, and you know that, or as far as you can tell, it's unique. Yeah, and there's no reason why anyone can't do it, man.
I put to you, Huxley, that if there was one of those things at the Buckingham Palace and they needed it picking, you'd say no to the job. You have that power, you know. You know, but that's the thing. They couldn't buy that service from you because of your morals.
That's right, mate. That's right. That's exactly what I was going to say.
What if it was Kate's chastity belt? Would you pick that one?
I had an extra lock.
I'm afraid that went a while ago, didn't it?
Well, in those terms, yeah. But if you actually had one on and you were invited to unlock it for Will's one night because he was in a bit of a rush and lost the key, would you take up the challenge? You know?
Oh yeah, but I'd have to charge him at least double time being the Royals.
Accidentally on purpose break the lockpick in the lock. They get it out. Good.
That story about, was it Prince Harry that was involved in a road traffic collision yesterday?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I don't know much about it, but from what I can gather, a motorcyclist collided with a taxi.
I saw it briefly.
And the driver of the Range Rover that Harry was in responded by running the pair of them over to get them away. So I think he must have gone through the motorcycle and the car to get him out of the way. Went a few yards down the road and then stopped.
And how is the Prince? Please say he's okay.
Oh well, that's okay as long as he's okay in his reinforced Land Rover.
Well, there wasn't a 13th pillar anywhere near them, was there? So, you know, that 13th pillar has a strange ability to attract vehicles that contain royals.
There were 13 on Reg Plate, though.
Was there?
Again, then.
Back to the mathematics again.
That's what do you reckon the of 11 Cookie?
The number 11.
Yeah.
L even. It's an exceedingly interesting number. Well, what about it? I could rant for ages about the 11, mate, so I want to be careful not to end up just dominating talking again.
It's just one of the numbers that I keep, popping in and out of. And if you look at Sun as well, that's in the 11-year cycles.
Well, just over 11, 11.7, I think. Because our 24-hour clock doesn't really match up exactly to the way nature operates, so we end up with lots of fractions and decimals.
Yeah, it's like 365 and 3/4 days, is it? Quarter day or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. It's like the moon cycle as well doesn't match well to our calendar, to the Gregorian calendar and shit like that.
We've got, it interests me that we talk about numerology, but it's all based in base 10, isn't it? But the other numerology, such as hex, number systems such as hex, based in base 16. I mean, hexadecimal and hex is interesting in of itself, but there's not much spoke about the numerology in computers. For example, the highest number you can get out of an 8-bit number is FF, and F is 6 in the numerological scale, so that's 66.
But isn't that, though, because things like hexadecimal are superimposed over the numbers that are there anyway?
Oh, ultimately, yeah, it's binary underneath it all.
Yeah, that's from in the sense of you're saying what about the kind of numerology in hexadecimal, but there isn't really numerology in hexadecimal, because what you're actually looking at is just like the hexadecimal is like a jig that you're putting over the numbers. The numbers are still there underneath. You're saying FF, but what does FF represent as a number?
255.
then it's 255, isn't it? Not FF. You're just using like a language definition to describe it within a certain containment hexadecimal. There is, however, an interesting sort of another part of similar to what you're saying, which I think might interest you in that kind of respect. Vortex maths, where you remove the 0 and you only have 1 to 9. Well, strictly you remove the 10.
Yeah.
Did I have a power outage then, or a power surge? Is somebody trying to mess with my system? My system just blinked out then.
Mine did.
Interesting. Yeah, is this when they're going to turn the internet off? But you can still hear me, so I'll carry on. Yeah. Vortex math. Yeah, my screen went blank for a fraction of a second and then came back up minus a lot of the usual formatting, you know, the theme, etc.
Yeah.
So either somebody's messing with us or something fairly major on Google is going on.
Fuck you, Google.
Yeah, fuck you, Google.
Have a look into that if you're interested. Vortex math. I think it's something Rodin. I can't remember his first name. It might be Charles Rodin, something like that. But that, oh man, that will. If you're interested in the kind of oddness that emanates out of mathematics when you start playing with it, that will twist your melon. But for me, it was very interesting because it links into that kind of. What I was talking about earlier, the oscillations between 0 and 1 and the principles of the toroidal field and that kind of fluid dynamics of how vectors operate on a toroidal field. It gets really complicated. It's way beyond me when you get into it seriously, but very, very interesting how these patterns emerge out of mathematics.
You get these interesting things like if you add all the numbers, if you shriek all the numbers, add them all together, of the outside of a roulette table, it adds up to 666.
Yeah.
I mean, just say it's a good job I'm a physicist, otherwise I wouldn't have got what Cookie just said there, but I got it.
You are a physicist, mate. You're physically existing, therefore you're a physicist.
More winding you up, mate.
Well, this is what I do. You know, if I say something that just spins you out, don't fucking worry about it, man. I don't.
No, do you know what it is, Cookie? It's mathematics for me. That was the only thing at school I couldn't do.
I was crap at maths.
I wanted to be when I was very, very young. If you ask a 7-year-old what they want to be, they'll have it, a 7-year-old kid. I was like, I want to be an architect. I can't do math. So that was out the fucking window. But yeah, I can conceptualize like physics and stuff like that. I can like get a picture of it in my mind, but you give me like raw numbers on a piece of paper and I have no idea what you're on about.
Is it? Do you get a kind of number dyslexia?
Yes. That's basically it. Even though at school they didn't recognise it as that. You know what I mean?
The computer just went Twitch again, and it's now reverted back to its usual theme. Anybody else get it?
No.
Started itching us tonight, hasn't it? That X-Flow. I'm not saying it's got out to do with it, but there's a possibility.
Well, it would be
mobile now, so
it would be getting to us about now. I think that there is supposed to be a geostorm.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I've never seen this kind of effect from that before.
Yeah,
so it's not that. This is something. Either Google is messing with stuff on their Hangout, which is causing a knock-on effect, or somebody is actually trying to fuck with us.
You know, I'm scrolling up and down a web page as well, and it's behaving as if I'm screen sharing, because it's kind of stuttering a little bit.
What's its Razak said he's got somebody twiddling with his PC as well. He said it earlier on this evening. I was just chatting with him earlier about that.
I was having problems.
We were looking at this last night, weren't we, Dean? About the solar flares and their effects upon the Earth.
Yeah.
And upon the human being and everything.
Yeah,
And
the
on
effects
us,
it has on
yeah.
computers and people and all sorts.
Mood swings and the thoughts and everything.
I've been really fucking positive, mate. Did any of you hear about that terrible story coming out of my town?
Oh, about the dogs.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, man, yeah.
Like close to 50 have been killed now.
I had 6.
Did you hear about the money? The amount of money that's been raised?
How much?
It's well over. I don't know how many millions it is now. I think it's about
Get
7
away.
million quid. Yeah, about 7 million quid. Right. In the first hour, £70,000 was raised from the local areas, which includes my area. Right. The surrounding areas of this historic dog zone. But I was amazed, like, the local areas, and these are people with fuck all, right? They've got nothing around there, nothing. Now, the areas that surround that dog zone are like, you know, the most deprived in the country, some of them. And they've got nothing. And yet they raised 70 grand in an hour, like that, and came up with all this brilliant stuff, you know, all the blankets and the food, and he was taking dogs in at their homes and stuff like that. But the amount of money, and the amount of money that's supposed to be bandied about now, that's been raised, is like, made me think like we can do that for these wonderful animals. Why can't we do it for ourselves? And then we can just go, look, listen, all that government stuff, all the rest is we don't need you. Only we can look after ourselves. It's not even about the money. It's just about coming together in such a way that look at what happens. You know, that positivity happens, and then we can do that for ourselves. We don't need to be ruled by a private establishment down south.
And what
I would argue, and I have done for a while, that we need those soul reds. So we've had not enough X-flares for the period we're going through. We should have had more. And yeah, a bit way out there maybe for some people, but I think our development is linked to the cycles of the sun. And that's why we're experiencing a new renaissance, a second renaissance. This internet is the equivalent of the Gutenberg printing press for our time. And we're going through another emergence, another flowering, which is why we should be having more soul reds.
Cookie, I reckon this is going to be. I think the internet is going to end up being even more influential than the printing press. As I think history will show that the internet will have been the most influential thing.
Definitely,
I think, in history.
Bit like Moore's law. I mean, this is a very McKenna-ish kind of perspective, talking about the singularity and whatever, the novelty curve. But I would suggest that, like Moore's law, our technology accelerates. So since the Gutenberg prints, we've now gone, what's it been, 200 years? 200 and something years since it got. It'd be interesting if it was 256 years, wouldn't it? But
aren't we outstripping Moore's law over the last few years?
I think we are, but I'm not an IT spec.
Because Moore only expected that to hold up for like 10 years after he thought of it.
Yeah, I'd agree, but I think it is accelerating because look at how often new versions of technology are released. For me, going back to the 90s when I first started getting into computer stuff, more, you know, like building computers and whatever, it used to take an average of 2 years, just over 2 years before the next lot of tech come out. Whereas now it's like every 6 months.
More is irrelevant. We got quantum computers.
Yeah, quantum computers are going to squash Moore's law into the ground, aren't they, man?
Oh yeah. They are the ones that are going to create the next quantum computer.
Well, we're going to have a quantum internet.
Something that's happening in the chat room.
You got it, Google got him.
Reziac K9 in the chat room. Can I react to Reziac K9 in the chat room?
Yeah, crack on.
He's saying, do I have a point that future civilizations will use these hangouts /chats and call us enlightened yet recumbent lazy fool? We are in the position right now whereby future generations will watch, read, listen to all of this and say they saw it and did fuck all about it.
But then what do you mean by doing, mate?
I'm going to say that you've got a point, Reziac, but I'm also saying that we've got a point in the sense that each of us are looking into stuff that if we interact with it in a group phase, in a chat room like this, we're all educating the fear factor out of each other. And it's down to as many people as possible to reduce the fear factor through educating themselves. Because all we're saying to you is, if you want to get, if we want to get to this level where we can do something about this system, there's still millions of people out there who are pissed off with what's going on, but have no reduction of fear factor, if you want to call it that, to be able to deal with what's happening to them. And if you look at what's happened in, say, this year alone, in awareness terms, I'm harping back to the group that I joined. I was an armchair computer, got me, used to go on and make comments and spout myself off in the comment in the chat box. But I've done something. I've joined a group. As and when I can now, I'll be going on these. Helping people out with bailiffs and stuff. But at the same time, I'm learning what these people are into and educating myself in that. Not for myself, but for as many people as possible, because sometime in the future, all this knowledge is going to bring down the system. Already, part of what's destroying this country is the fact that the corporations, in cahoots with the banks and the judiciary, are asset stripping the nation. And until we find a way of doing what Huxley's done, and that is inventing a lockpick for all, so that we can unlock this system, there's no way we can bring it down. And gradually, every week, month by month, people are coming together with skeleton keys to build the ultimate lockpick. And when we've got this lockpick, it's not like we're all going to sit on that information. We're going to share it, and eventually, through our knowledge, in our defence. I mean, I've got to admit that through this chat box thing, I've learned loads in the last sort of 12, 18 months. More than I realised I was going to learn by sitting in a chat room or sitting in, just watching a chat room, because each of us individually have got something that the other one hasn't got, and as a group, hopefully with the interaction with the chat box, because there might be somebody out there who can take us to the next phase, and that's just my way of thinking, Reziak. We're doing what we can do because, a generation ago, they did what they could do, but they were led up the garden path. And then I'm thinking of my father, like shooting off at the age of 18, putting his name on the line during the Second World War. They thought they were doing the right thing, but we're not being misled by these people. And eventually, once we've got the momentum and the knowledge, the fear factor is going to drop out of it, and we're all going to have this confidence to sort of say, no, we need something fresh. We can see through it, and we need what's the other side. Bugger you lot. They're my thoughts.
Can I just do what I think you to the chase? I'll be devil's advocate. I'll be your Huckleberry. I'll be the crust to take your nail, mate. Cause I've seen this so many times. I've been doing the YouTubes for 2, 3, 4 years, and I've seen this kind of questioning come up again and again and again. And basically, what it boils down to is people want to know when you're going to pick up your pitchfork and go and storm Parliament. What you're talking about is use of force, use of violence.
Yeah.
You're impatient. You want them to be taken down and hung on the lamppost now. And as repeatedly said, if you approach it in that direction, they're going to win. You've already just said they've got the warships in place. They will slaughter us. Until we've got near enough a mass of people, far beyond the tipping point of the 8, 9, 10% that required to spread ideas. When you get to the stage of doing things physically like that, you need 60, 70% of the population to turn out like you did in Iceland and peacefully just walk up there and stand in front of the Parliament building and say, we ain't going away until you change this shit. It's not using violence, but commonly, again and again and again, I see this kind of questioning come across of, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And basically what you're trying to say to me, mate, is you want to do it now. And the only way you see of doing that is to resort to fisticuffs.
Yeah,
and once we do that, we're back in the same old fucking situation again.
You couldn't put it any better, Cooker. I was going to add to that, and these people who feel frustrated with the system, with what you see in the media, with your life, if it's affecting your life, is stop looking outside yourself. You're just too busy looking outside yourself. Get your ass
Look
back
up
inside
the
yourself.
singing revolution.
Get yourself right, and then you can't change the world through. It's just that we're going to live in a world of ideas. Other people have ideas. Change your own ideas, and that way you change your world, and you might change someone around you. You might resonate with somebody else. You know, I don't get all this reactionary fucking. It's negative, if anything. It's fucking negative.
I'll give you a quote from Carl Jung that I can remember off the top of my head. He who looks outside dreams, he who looks inside grows. So, you know, it is, and I've got to admit, I didn't start thinking what I think until I had looked inside myself. Because that's where you have to start. You've got to make your connection with it. And agree to yourself that from now on, from this moment on, in any way I can, if I can turn me back on this thing, or beat it, or just put it, put it to the back of your mind, reduce the fear factor. I mean, you know, some of us have learned how to do it because we've been put in that situation.
In a defensive,
that's myself. I had to learn, and some of us have just got to learn it, otherwise you're going to be caught sometime sooner or later because of the way that they are operating this system. You are inevitably going to get caught up in it because that's how it's designed.
Pick up on other people's experiences, of course, learn from other people's experiences, but you've got to get yourself right first. Stop feeling frustrated with the world and everything else and what the system's doing. Like, I don't give a shit what the system's. Stay away out of my life system. You know what I mean? I don't concentrate on it. I concentrate on what I'm doing.
I think if you talk sense, shit, I had a real brilliant sentence in my head. No, I fucking lost it. Shit.
Don't lose it.
Oh man, damn.
I can
gotta write this shit down next time.
In its most basic form, all I'm saying to people is when you interact with the system, you know that system is treating you as a dead entity. It's the only way it can treat you as a dead entity. And if you think that interacting with the system you're going to beat it, you're not, because they as far as they're concerned, they think you're dead. And you're not. You're a human being, and that's what they can't handle, is your realization of that fact, and that's where it all starts.
Yeah, and what Cookie was saying, though, that leading to violence, this way of thinking, and he's just it thrives on violence.
Yeah, it's built on it. It's the foundation stone.
Don't add to it. Just don't add to it. And this, like you just mentioned there, Kendall, you said you joined a group and that. Like me personally, I it's not the route I would take, but I mean, if that suits what you're doing and you're going to gain from other people's experiences, like I've said, go for it. Go for it. Keep your eye out for undercovers.
I just felt inside me that I had to do something more than what I was doing.
Yeah.
I mean, and because I've done it, the interaction with the others is pushing me in a particular direction, and that direction is going to help me, my neighbours. It's not just going to help the group, because the knowledge that I gain is going to be an example to these neighbours around me, for them, because they all think I'm crazy as fucking hell. Like there's only one or two know what really makes me tick, and if they can see that, there is life after the left-right paradigm, then all well and good, because that's the message that I'm trying to give out.
Yeah, we all learning from each other. And we're all still individuals. We're all approaching it in our own subjective point of view, because that's your experience. Yeah, you're doing it from your point of view. It's your life, your experience, your environment, your family, etc., etc. The time I've spent on YouTube, and this was before I started putting anything out there myself as just a viewer or an observer, you know, I've learned so much. I've learned an immense amount. Having been around the academic world, higher education, I could quite easily say that I've learned the equivalent of a degree level course, easily. And you know, this is available to us all, and if we're all helping each other access this information, we're all helping educate each other to that level of knowledge. And when you've got enough of the population to that kind of point, then the mass of the population will turn around and go, why are we still playing this stupid fucking game? Why are we letting them dance us around like puppets like that? No, sod them, we can get on with it ourselves, and it will just naturally happen. We don't need to have another revolution. That's the way the system operates. Gives us this fake bullshit revolution. Oh, you've changed the master, you're free now under a new master.
Revolution, go around again.
Yeah, the whole fucking thing, the machine keeps chugging on in the background, thank you very much. Violent revolutions don't work.
There's so much about the dark hero as well, which is put across in films, you know, Batman and the Vendetta, and it's all the people, you know, getting together en masse and fighting and standing up for what they believe in.
But the Batman series, sorry to interrupt you, mate, but just because I'm terrible for doing that, sorry. The latest Batman movie, the trilogy, is absolutely psychological propaganda to reinforce the justification of the use of force. Oh, your police forces can't do it by being nice and saying, please stop that or we'll hit you with a baton. No, please. Also, in that case, you've got to have the Dark Knight. And because he's the Dark Knight, he's justified in killing people to get the job done. It's vigilanteism justifying the state use of violence.
Plus, it's also giving the message that our salvation rests in the hands of a fucking superhero.
Yeah, using violence.
Not ourselves. We're not capable of overcoming the problems ourselves. We have to rely upon a fucking superhero.
I mean, can you imagine what people in the middle of the Amazon rainforest eating, you know, beans and harvesting their own water and doing whatever they do thought about 9/11? Fuck all is what they thought about 9/11.
Nothing.
That's it. Absolutely nothing. It affected
Never heard of Jesus Christ.
No.
Or Muhammad.
Yeah, but they're more in
Michael Jackson there.
But they're more in tune with what we're talking about right now, and that is that sense of freedom, that sense of law not being written. It's a law that everybody knows. It's, you know, do no harm, cause no loss. That's the simplest law on the planet. And I know tribal wars, this, that, and the other in the jungle, whatever. But you know, at its basic, most verbal level, do no harm, cause no loss, and no one can forget that. And if we infringe that, then we're guilty of it. But we don't need a fucking 3 articulated lorries full of pieces of fucking paper that's come out of some fictionary mind to be able to guide us. You know, we're not that stupid. You know, if you notice anything that's coming out of Parliament in at least the last 15, 20 years, defies common sense. Absolutely defies common sense.
You know, something I will say to the way on is I'm really grateful that I'm not a school leaver or a university leaver or at college age and knowing this, because if I was, I wouldn't know what to do. I would have to try and plough my own furrow with in a society that wouldn't respect me because I didn't finish my degree because I thought it was bullshit. And I'd be right, it is bullshit, or because I didn't finish school because I thought that was bullshit. How would I go about ploughing a life for myself?
Same way as I did. I thought it was bullshit.
Graft.
I thought 13.
Don't do it my way. Don't do it the way I did it. Don't do it that way.
I mean, school's not everything. I got sick of them turning around and saying you'll amount to nothing. Well, I proved them wrong.
That's two of us, Dean. Yeah, I were dyslexic. I had exactly the same thing.
You know what I mean?
But what I mean to say is, it's more that I, at least, and I'm sure you did as well, before we knew about these things, you sort of go along a little bit and you think, well, I'll go get a job and I'll stay in a bullshit company for 10 years. And, you know, you do the best you can in the system. And then one day, then you realise this is bullshit, and then you quit, or not, or whatever. Or you manage to find a job that you enjoy within the system. But if I was very young and I was trying to find my way with this knowledge, it would be a real hindrance.
I know a couple of people at least that have literally done exactly that, mate. When the one guy actually finished his degree, it took him 5-6 years to do it though, because he kept dropping in and out for exactly that kind of reason. But in the end, he just stuck his nose to the grindstone because he knew that bit of paper at the end would prove useful to him. But in the long run, for both of the guys I can think of that I know have gone through that kind of process, they ended up going off their own direction, and they still managed to make their way, but it took them longer to get anywhere that society would normally give a value to. So, you know, it took them longer to get to the stage of being able to have their own home and run a vehicle and all the usual kind of trappings that we're meant to have.
Well,
But go on.
Sorry, Cookie, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's a very good point to make. And I think it's one of the reasons why a lot of the time when we're talking about this kind of stuff, and you're talking about doing something, it's addressing, sorry, coughing at you, addressing the younger generation. You know, I try to do that, but being the old weirdy, bearded hippie, whatever I am, you know, for a lot of younger people, they're like, oh, I ain't got time to listen to that shit. What do you mean he's talking for 2 hours? Nah, fuck that. I'm going to play on my Xbox.
Well,
You know,
I wish I knew what I did now before I went to university, because I see my time in university as pretty much 6 years wasted. It took me 6 years to do my degree as well. I had to resit the second year twice, and yeah, it taught me a lot in terms of like technical stuff, but in terms of like helping me out in life, it completely fucking worked. It might as well have been 6 years that I spent doing something more constructive, you know. But that's what you're always drummed into from like knee-high to a grasshopper. You're always told, oh, you've got to get your qualifications. You've got to get the biggest joke ever. GCSEs, like, you know, like they're useful for anything. And then you've got to get your A-levels. Then you've got to get your degree, and it's all to do with getting a job and being a nice, profitable tax slave.
Another core aspect of the way the system controls us, manipulates society en masse, is specialisation. Now, I'm not saying people shouldn't specialise in a topic or a subject or a skill or knowledge, whatever. No, it's good to do that, because then we get people who are very knowledgeable about one particular thing. But the system uses it to compartmentalise people. And now, I mean, through my own life, I've seen how this has propagated to such a ridiculous fucking degree. You know, it's getting to the stage where somebody has to have a degree to flip burgers. And that's not a joke. You know, the other day I saw an advertisement for an apprenticeship for bar staff. They're offering apprenticeships for standing behind a bar and serving beer and punching a till.
Fucking apprenticeship. How long does that take to serve behind a bar?
A year-long apprenticeship.
Yeah.
And what is it you get at the end of it? Some kind of BTEC diploma in bar service.
Bar studies.
Yeah, but the system uses that forced specialisation, because in a similar manner to what we talk about education, if you don't have a holistic education, you miss a lot of what's going on because you're only seeing one particular topic. Or a scientist doesn't realise how what he's working on can influence another technology somewhere else because he's only concentrating on that one little type of technology, that kind of stuff. The system wants us to be heavily specialised. You know, you're a bolt tightener. What do you do in life? You do nothing but tighten bolts, and you only know how to tighten bolts. Well, how the fuck is that going to help you in life? It doesn't. So I ranted on the conversation.
You're screwed in life.
All I can say is that during my time at university, I did skirting boards, I did fucking radiators, corridors, windows, doors, door frames and skirting boards. And I avoided the walls as much as I could because that was too much eggshell. So that was my time at university. Also, many a school, college. I didn't actually go. I went to the University of Life, folks.
Same here, Cam.
But I don't see there's a problem with educating yourself and trying to better yourself. It's just the way it's drummed into you that this is the only way to succeed. Like, if I was to go back in time and speak to 16-year-old Huxley Pig, he'd see me as a complete failure. He'd see me as, well, you know, why haven't you got a bloody mansion and a Ferrari, and you know what I mean? And yet my values have changed. You know, I don't see myself as a failure anymore, but it's the way that society drums that into your head. You know, that if you haven't got all that possessions and all that physical stuff, you're not a success. If you haven't got a job that earns you lots of money and lots of tax credits for the state, you're not a success. Do you know what I mean?
That is a very, very important point, right? And something that for a lot of people, they've got to get past that self-image.
Perception, isn't it?
Yeah, using a value judgment system that is given to you by the very people that want to control you. Stop it. Just stop it. Just put it down. Let it go. It's shit baggage. Get rid of it. You are not the sum total of your possessions or what particular hairstyle or fashions you wear or all that kind of shit. Throw that shit out the window. That is not a value-based system to judge your life on, not at all.
The only resource you
It's kind of like people getting upset when their job is being replaced by a robot. They should be fucking happy.
Yeah.
No human in history has to do that shit job ever again.
Yeah.
But they're not.
Yeah.
But that's just me, I guess.
Anyway,
Well,
guys, I'm gonna have to shoot off. Sorry.
Same here, Peter.
It's getting late and I'm knackered, so I'm gonna head off, guys. So thank you for the chat and thank you for all of it and everything. Yes, thank you. So I'm off. I'm knackered. I'm rambling. So I'll say good night.
Cheers, Peter.
Good night to both of you. The other Peter as well, if you're going as well. Right?
Yeah,
Yep,
mate.
I'm going off as well.
Right, Peter.
Cheers,
take it easy,
Peter.
mate.
Good night.
Cheers.
Thanks for the
Good
chat,
night,
guys.
Thanks a lot, mate. Good night.
I think we did sort of drift away from the point that was brought up.
Yeah. I can take that one back to Resiac on its most basic level. We're controlled by a bunch of people who call themselves government. And if you break government down from its Latin format, it means mind control. And if we stop allowing them to control our minds, then that's the end. That's the end game. Because all they've ever done, all they ever do with their ideology is to try and control our mind. All they ever do with the BBC, with adverts, everything, is to condition us and control our mind. And what we need to do is educate ourselves, break through that, and give ourselves enough confidence to go to the next phase. And when enough of us have, then it won't be an armed conflict. It's the opposite. No more mind control. You know, because that's everything's in your face, and if you twist it 180 degrees, that's how it should be. And at the moment it's mind control, and that's what we've got to wake up to and realise that they've been subverting us, possibly since the end of the First World War on a grand scale. And the moment we need to break through that.
Did it all just like freeze then, or was that just me?
Rise saying in chat room, he says he's missing KP respected these mere chatters. We just get a bit carried away. We try and pop in as much as we can, but
I'm not sure. Well, I certainly was not intending any disrespect. You know, I've tried to get this across before. Yeah, I can get quite passionate on topics.
Yeah.
But that's just the way I am. That's the way I talk. I'll quite happily defend my own position on an argument. That's just the way I talk. It's not meant to be disrespectful to anyone, but you know, this is something that is one of those topics that just does come up again and again and again. And in reference to your original kind of question, You know, sitting here talking about this stuff rather than doing something. When it comes to it, talking about stuff is doing something. And you don't know what each of the people here in the room or in the chat are going to do once they turn this off. For all you know, they could turn off this internet connection and go about doing something that you would actually approve of. You know, there's a layer of that a lot of the time when we're having these kind of conversations seems to get lost. It's as if people think the only moment of existence here now in this chat room is what matters. Do you want us to live feed us attacking Parliament? Or so? Do you see what I mean? Yeah. There's loads of things going on out there. It's how you choose to get involved and what you take part in and do for yourself as well. You know, beginning the change with yourself.
Yeah, it goes on to say, I hear you, Kendo, but the warships are in place, the markets are ready for implosion, the nonsense is waiting in the wings, the BBC can commentate, bloody hell, eyes went weird then, commentate. So why do it for them? Fairy Poo says, the more we talk and discuss, the more we come together and the stronger we will naturally become.
Yeah, and the more we're learning, and by the more we're learning, the more we're able to enact.
The very fact that people have found it this far and listened to what's said on here means that they've got past the Alex Jones phase.
Yeah.
You know, and they've got past the, you know, watching the 9/11 videos and the planes going in the towers over and over and over. They've got to this stage where we've got people with muck under the fingernails, be it metaphorically or physically, who do things or say things which which make a change. And you know, why not learn a new topic? Pick something that you find interesting. I mean, even paint something, make something, or learn radio, learn Morse code, impress your mates. You know, because it might come that you need it, and the average copper in the street, you know, they're not going to know Morse code. So if you could Morse out on a lamppost to your mate and save his life, like run like fuck, you know, in Morse code, it might help, you know.
Let's see if I can remember it.
Can I just say something?
SOS.
..
SOS.
Just like to say, stop doom watching. Stop paying attention to doom.
Yeah.
Stop.
Take it out of your consciousness.
Don't take part in it. Don't take part in it.
There's a big difference between.
And you've got the people you love, and that's it. That's what matters at the end of the day.
There's a big difference between information and fear porn.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can look at a topic. If something happens that you see in the news, you can look at that topic without allowing it to suck you into the fear porn. And
contextualize yourself.
Yeah, I agree in the sense of don't get sucked into those. Talking about YouTube, you know, there's other places you can find. Don't get sucked into those channels that just do that. They do nothing but pump out fear porn. Because they're just as bad as the fucking BBC and the mainstream media. No, but that doesn't mean don't be aware of the information. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say switch off your tele.
There are enough of us out. There's enough of us here, even in this chat room, that have in their way, helped to educate people. And I'm thinking News from the Bong right now. I mean, you watch News from the Bong. Not only do you get a rip through the news, but you get, you know, John goes out of his way to sort of extrapolate the psychological shite out of it for you and help you and teach you how to do it for yourself, which is a movement forward. That's doing something, man.
I'm also published author, and I set up projects that last and get copied all over the country and make a difference in people's lives. But that's what I do away from the internet. But I do that through a negative, or what people would say was a negative life experience that doesn't fit in with the system. Yet somehow it's benefiting people who are in the system now. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's all about yourself. I had to fucking change a lot about myself to be able to do what I've done. But I did it, and I didn't do it through watching fear porn and worrying about what and who the Illuminati fucking arty are. No, I did it through just finding what I'm passionate about and being creative.
I'll stick my hand up and I'll say every now and again I find myself having a fear wank. You know, I go out there.
I'm having that. I'm keeping that, Ivan. Nice one. I'll use that on News from the Bong at some point.
Wank.
I find myself looking at things and I go, right, this has happened. There's been 11 planes. This has happened. There's 11th date, this date, this numerology, this time. Right. I predict that on this day the world will explode. This happened, and Al Qaeda and this and that, and ISIL toilet paper, and oh, it all fits, and oh my god. And I do it as partly as an exercise to make sure I can still do it, and also to spook myself out a little bit, because it does. The people talk about being motivated by fear, and it's the same. I apply the argument about getting rid of the ego. People say, get rid of the ego. Well, don't, because it's useful. It does actually motivate you. And so does fear. I mean, fear may well push you to go and sort your preparation out, or it may push you to, even charge up a car battery so that if the lights go out, or it may push you to buy a torch so that you can lay your hands on it if the lights go out. There is some use to it, and I think the fear porn somewhat does that. It does it's kind of helpful, but then again, porn's helpful, So it's all balance, isn't it?
Yeah,
one of those negative life experiences was being a pornographer, believe it or not.
I'm sure we have experiences outside of that, yeah, thank you.
No, I get what you're saying, Ivan, I do get what you're saying.
It's not getting rid of the fear, because this is why I disagree with
people up to the point where they're being reactive, and they want to go out on the streets and use violence, like Cookie said earlier.
It's why I disagree with those people out there that say no fear. Don't be afraid at all, have no fear, and that kind of stuff. Fear is there purposely. You have fear part of your being because it serves you a good purpose. It helps you evade danger and not get yourself killed. So having fear is useful to you. You just have to be able to discern what is going on and decide, well, actually, do I work through my fear, use courage to go through the fear and get to the other side and actually achieve whatever it is you're trying to achieve. That's the difference. Fear is a useful thing, same as the ego can be a useful thing once you put it in its place.
But at the same time, I agree with your fear wank, but
try and keep them
at the same time, if we're projecting, see, my thought is, like, be careful with those fear wanks, because every time you think something negative like that, that's the more they can plow negativity into your mind. That means the more you are going to have these visions of negativity that go out there into the oneness, as far as I'm concerned. And what we should be doing is working out for ourselves that thought, that if you want to relate it, so when we have this thought, we project a frequency into the oneness, and that's the frequency that destroys the negativity. And basically how I can describe that is, every morning when I go to do my duty on the throne, I have a vision in my head on the first one and the second one, and as many mornings as I can remember to do this, this is my thought, and this is what goes out into the ethos, that every Wednesday at question time, I think it's 12 o'clock question time, what happens is the ceiling opens in Westminster and my arse appears and I'm just about to do my doo-doos. And down on the middle of the dispatch box, just as they get up to speak, two of my well-cultured favourite kind of plops just drop down there and cover the fucking front row in shit, mate. And that's my thought to Parliament every morning, as many times as I can remember, when I go for a poo. And
could that be called performing your duty?
Yes, it's quite pretty shit, man. But if you can project a full and complete thought like shit on Parliament, that's the end of it. And if you can project that in a positive human kind of way, you're putting something good into the ethos, as far as I'm concerned. And as much as we can project into the oneness, that's gonna start quelling the fear porn. That's my thought.
I get that the being in a negative mind state brings negativity upon you. It actually does. I've pretty much tested this empirically. And I've also done the opposite, where you can swing to a positive mindset and actually make things come into be that oughtn't be good things just by sheer thought. I mean, I was years ago, I was in a Wiccan coven, and I've long since turned all that in, but I have actually done this. I've practiced magic and I've seen the results. And I've had to do a kind of karmic inversion since, because I did find that it was very much the wrong side of things. And I didn't realise at the time. But having done this karmic inversion, for want of a better word, I've found now that if I stay in a positive mindset, positive things happen. Whereas previously, the logic was, the intention was all upside down, and I could think something positive and something negative happened, as if karma was pulling me in the opposite direction. It got also very confusing.
Can I give a sort of explanation to that? Or maybe, you know, because you're talking somewhat amorphous things here that we can't scientifically tie down, but for me, that's talking about true alchemy. True alchemy is the ability to transmute one to the other. Yeah. So you take the negative and you turn it into something positive. The cheesy colloquialism would be see the silver lining in the clouds, you know, that kind of shit. But that is true alchemy. The reason it ended up getting mystified and pop cultured into the idea of turning lead into gold is exactly that, negative to positive. The positive being gold, something that you can spend in our currency system. Come into our casino, hey! You know, so they've given people the impression that that is what alchemy is. It's not. True alchemy is the knowledge that there is a positive and negative and being able to transmute one to the other. The reason you felt you had to do that, as you describe it, karmic inversion, and it's a good way of describing it, is because through the use of something like traditional magic, Wiccan magic, you know, there's other schools, but that one, you are using an external fetish and a ceremonial use of those fetishes to enact change in your environment. That's the principle, yeah? By doing magic spell, you cause environment to change. Whereas the truth of it is, as you describe, by having a positive mindset, you will encounter more positivity. It's a feedback loop. Reality is a feedback loop. What you put out, you get back. Yeah, and I'm not talking, again, pop culturisms of the kind of karmic secret and all that kind of shit. It's bullshit. The true principle of it is understanding that within yourself, comprehending that within yourself, knowing it in your heart that you are that ability to transmute one to the other, because that's what reality does. Once you can get a grip on that, you don't need the external fetishes. If anything, because they're external, by their very use, they create a potential pollution for what you're originally intending. Just keep the intention inside and carry it with you, and that spreads.
Yeah. And as a result of that, you know, the intention, if we're talking about the situation with, you know, reacting to the negativity in the world, we could end up with almost a karmic inversion if we were doing it in the wrong mindset. You know, if, for example, if we were trying to manifest good from fear, we might well not get what we want.
Yep.
So we'd need to absolutely do things in a positive way, and doing something physical with your hands. You forced me into being a little more esoteric than I would like to, because I do try to keep things fairly nuts and bolts.
Can I take up that esoteric baton from you, Ivan? just to, like, because like I kind of, my life is like a polar opposite of what it used to be, and when I used to do things, it was always from a negative place in my heart, a real nasty, horrible human place that used to get nasty, horrible results, and it was negative, and that was my life, and it was that was how it was. Now it's no matter, even like if I'm planning something, to say like I've got an idea, I want to do something over the next 2 or 3 years. When I'm envisioning it or imagining where I want to be, these steps that I'm taking or wherever I want to go, it's always from a really humble, try and find that beautiful place in your heart, and do it because it's something beautiful and you want to resonate with whatever it is you want to resonate with, I suppose. But Yeah, it's the total opposite, and it's the results and the way the quality of life I've got now is much better.
That's it.
Much
Do it because you're trying to create something positive for you and your family or your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Rather than because Alex Jones said buy this filter or something, or you know.
Yeah. It's
Yep.
In the same way, can I relate that John's describing, that we've all described, this essence that we put out there? Can I describe that as a more meaningful currency than the one that we use at Tesco's or Sainsbury's or wherever? You know, and that's the kind of currency that we've got to create. It's a metaphysical state of mind kind of currency, and the more it's like this, you know, non-existent Bitcoin thing. Instead of it being Bitcoin, let it be belief in the fact that we can overcome this mind control way of running the bloody place.
I could suggest a name for it, but I would worry that the religious crazies out there might try and take it up and actually make it like Bitcoin. Call it Soulcoin.
Soulcoin, another concept that's come from, you know, Soulcoin.
How many soul coins have you accumulated today? And isn't it about time you started handing them out?
Fucking too right. Yeah, I'm on that. That's a good concept.
Making algorithms.
Use the Fibonacci sequence. There's your algorithm.
They'll use nature's algorithm.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. This is why, for me, when I first came into doing this kind of stuff on YouTube, I was sort of dragged along by a lot of the type of genre of the way it was being output back then. Like, only going back like 4 or 5 years, but you know, there was a lot more of that. I think it was like the kind of just shocked realisation. You know, like when you see people rubberneck when they see an accident on the motorway, you know, the people will be like, you know, driving past slow because they want to see. But when they actually do see something horrible, straight away they're like, oh no, I wish I'd looked at that. Oh no. I think a lot of this kind of genre of stuff a few years ago was very much like that. People were like rabbits in the headlights, just literally passing across one video after the next, or one bit of information after the next, of going like, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. And that, if you're inclined towards seeing it in a fearful way, or if it drags you down into that fear, then that is very much all you see. But I think certainly for myself, and I think this is true for a lot of the people out there who've stuck to their guns at putting stuff out, you know, they've gravitated towards trying to show people that, look, yeah, this is the shit that is going on, but these are the alternatives, and these are the possibilities, and these are the things you can be getting involved in and doing. And there's a hell of a lot more channels like that now than there ever used to be.
Yeah.
And for myself, it helped me learn, like I said earlier, I've learned a hell of a lot, and it helped me gravitate towards where the way I sort of tried to present it was to subtly demonstrate that polarity and that alchemy. Yeah. So the way I used to do my show is I'd do the first part of the show would be, okay, we'll cover the news. Here's all the negative shit that's happening. This is what they've done next. This is the next atrocity, blah, or the next fake shooting or whatever. And then the second half of the show, I'd use music as well deliberately. The first half would be quite aggressive, heavy stuff. So it played on that fear, aggression side of it. And then I'd flip it, I'd transmute it. I go, okay, it's stuff I've been looking at that's positive, is stuff that people are innovating, you know, this is stuff that's going on that you can get involved in. And I was trying to not directly say it to people about that polarity and that duality. I was trying to just subtly present it and use sound, because like I said, I use music quite a lot, to try and point that out to people. So you can transmute and step away from this shit. You don't have to be dragged into that negative, controlling environment that they're trying to set up for you. By the choices you make, you can steer your own other direction, a better direction, a more positive direction. You know, put your phone down for the day. Shit like
going in that other direction, Cooker. I mean, one of my earliest fears was is what I've got to say valid? Right, and that was whether it was doing public speaking, whether it was doing writing, whether it was giving people advice on a project or developing something, or what I'm doing now in News from the Bong and anything else, is what I've got to say valid. And that was such a fear to get over, because you feel judged, don't you? Once you put yourself out there, it's easy to judge, isn't it? And that, getting over that fear, and then but once you've got past that, you can express yourself then to your heart's content. You can just express yourself and be honest.
Yeah, and by expressing yourself, you're demonstrating to others that they can do the same.
Yeah.
So you help break down
people
those
along
controls.
You're attracting. Yeah. We're all attracting each other, aren't we? In a direction. And you're being attracted by that direction. And,
back to that principle of putting it positive.
But I don't believe in the laws. You know, this. Oh yeah, you can bring money to you. Don't go down that road. That's a
manipulation of the principle of Dharma and a corruption of that kind of alchemical principle. Like I said earlier, the turning lead into gold. Why do you want gold? What fucking good is gold to?
Make yourself shine. Make yourself shine. Don't chase glitter. I'm not into chasing glitter.
All that glitters is not gold.
Does it not say in the Bible it's easier to pass a camel through the eye of the needle than it is for a rich man to take his gold into heaven?
Yep. Well, a rich man to enter heaven. You can't take gold with you anyway, but if you concentrate on nothing but riches in life, you will not get into heaven.
Well,
sound like to the pharaohs. The pharaohs tried getting the gold in.
They used to eat it, yeah. Same as the Manchurian.
Put it in the stomachs when the
emperors. Yeah. That again was a corruption of the principles of alchemy. They thought they could extend their lifespans, make themselves better, greater, faster, stronger, more super by ingesting this various stuff.
A form of transhumanism, really, I suppose.
Yep, an early form of transhumanism.
And here we are again, huh?
Yeah.
Why did you ask about the hawk, Ken?
About the what? Sorry.
Why did you ask about that? The comment Linda gave.
Because she mentioned it, and we talked about it a good few weeks ago. That it meant something. You know, you were privileged. And you know what I'm like. I'm sort of, if it's coming from an Indian, I'm listening. And Little Bear said that it meant something. Like she called what was that name she called her husband? Ken who talks to crows. Kenny who talks to crows, because when he goes out there, the crows gather around him, and that means something. It's only that we ourselves don't recognise it.
Okay.
Crow. Like John himself mentioned, it's different based on culture, but the crow represents the bringer of magic, or the trickster. He's similar to the Loki archetype in Nordic traditions, and the hawk, because you're asking about seeing the hawk. The hawk is a messenger.
Yeah.
Bringer of omens, or an opener of pathways, stuff like that. You know, they signify pathways, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just the last time I've seen it communicated orally with me, which is so it's the next step.
Think about it,
and it's made a kill on each time. It's like the first time it came to me. I don't forget I'm in an inner city. You know what I mean? It was just like me. It was fuff. It was at my feet. Just at my feet, like looking up at me. Dropped its pigeon, jumped up to flew up to the next tree, and then was just watching me, watching its pigeon, watching its pigeon. Until me and Key was just shocked, and that was the first time. The 2 days later, it did the same thing, and then at these times were that transition. Well, that first 2 days of that proper transitional period, and I'd also I'd set up a project called Hope, which is also the messenger is a bringer of hope too, which was a bit strange. So I thought, yeah, that's weird. Then I got into the Indian stuff then, and then it did it a few weeks ago, didn't it? But communicated orally. So that's the next thing.
Around the time that these events were happening, I think it was shortly after that you revealed to us that you'd been published. You know,
Right, I never tied that in with that, but yeah, you just flipped a switch there, Ken.
Yeah,
you know, sometimes
well,
you need other people to flip. You switch in your head. Wow.
You know, it was around that time that shortly after that, that you were mentioned, and probably that, I don't know, perhaps the bird was telling you that you're about to go, because getting published, it's another phase in your life, man. It's, you know, it's something
It's a huge thing.
Be self-proud of, you know. Not everybody gets bloody published. So,
you know, to come from such a negative place, and you know, there's reasons why I behaved the way I did in my young adulthood and stuff. These reasons, obviously, there's always a reason, but to be able to do something amazing with that was such a negative thing. And I'm quite lucky to be alive in some points, and then I'm thinking, I'm quite lucky not being lived off, and then even though I have served time, but to do something amazing with it was a privilege. And probably this publishing is a privilege, really, I suppose. And none of it is money motivated. I don't give a toss. I do everything for free, for the Royal College and all the rest of it. I do it all for free. Like, don't give me a penny. Just pay the train and the food. I'll be all right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that to me means something anyway. You know, it's down to us whether we pick up on these signals, and not all of us are aware of it. You know, I mean,
do you know what that comment was? That the comment, I know, and Linda passed on some amazing information, and I will talk to her. But there was a comment there, and the comment got me too, and it was his purpose will be known soon. But maybe I don't know. Maybe it's like you say, something to do with this. God only knows.
Perhaps the bird, if it was in its messaging capacity, was also hailing a fellow messenger. Because if you've been published, you're just as much as a hawk as the bird, because you yourself are a messenger. You've given out a message. So you know.
That's probably why it was happy to eat in front of you.
I seen a kingfisher yesterday. Yes, for the first time. I'd lived by this canal all my life, 30. Don't matter how many years, right? But whatever. Kingfisher, first time ever yesterday. Like, wow. And then me and Key are talking about birds. Me and Key were sat on a field close by to mine. And we just sat down on a sunny day. And what are the ones that come up from Africa? Is it swifts?
The swifts do migrate to Africa and back, yeah.
Yeah, well, they'd come and they was like, normally they circle quite high, you can hear them scream, but they do this circling stuff, and you could just get the shape of them. Me and Key was sat down on this field, and it's like, it's proper, still in the sitter. Oh, and they was circling with us, like, from like 12 inches above the ground, just circling me and Key. That's where you could watch and like actually see the detail. But the speed, but you could just follow it, like you could see the detail. And I'm like way up in the sky. It was like 12 feet, like you could almost touch it. Me and Kid just circling us, like a few of them, like 3 of them just circling. Like,
probably checking you out to see if you were dangerous, because that patch of land is like an island in a sea of concrete to them.
Well,
yeah, they're looking for somewhere to rest.
I don't know. But I got something. Symbolic and beautiful from it, and natural, you know, not like I was invading their space. I think they was coming down and like looking at me and Keel and letting us look at them closely, because I could see the real detail, the eyes and everything, the detail, even though how fast he was moving, like just move your head with him. Yeah. It was amazing. It was an amazing thing. It felt quite nice actually.
John, do you know what made you jealous? John?
What?
Has actually got a kingfisher in his house at the moment.
A real one?
No, close. It's a woodpecker, a great spotted woodpecker.
Sorry.
A real woodpecker?
Yeah, a real great spotted woodpecker, man. He is fucking stunning.
Alive? Is he alive?
Yeah, like the missus works at a vet's, and she gets a lot of, well, she has recently anyway, got a lot of like wild animals that have been handed in.
Oh, well, she had heard about this Dogs Home thing, I suppose.
Yeah. I heard about it on the radio last night. It's like, oh my god, who'd do that, man? Who'd set fire to a fucking dog's home? They've got the kid, I think, haven't they?
Yeah, 15-year-old. But actually, the day that happened, that morning, I was at the vet with Keo because she's got a skin infection, so I was round at the vet's, and they brought a dog in from the dog zone that was being operated on. I hope that never went back that day.
Oh,
I
fucking
hope
hell,
it
yeah,
stayed
man.
in, it stayed in the vets, like it survived. It was meant to get away from there or something, because
Yeah, could've
close to
saved
50
its
dogs
life.
were killed.
But yeah, it's great. Like the other day, we had they were the cutest fucking things ever, man. 2 little baby squirrels, and they just opened their eyes.
Wow.
Oh, they were
What, the
absolutely
first time they'd opened their eyes, and you
No,
was
they
there
don't.
looking at him.
Hello, Mom.
Yeah, it's certainly attachment.
They'd only just opened their eyes, man. We had to feed them like milk from like a little, like a baby's teat thing.
Yeah.
And they were gorgeous. But the woodpecker, if he's all right tomorrow, we'll release him. I think he was just hit by a car and he was a bit dazed.
How big are they? Like, is what's the size of that?
Great spotted. They're smaller than a green woodpecker. They're about the size of a blackbird. And the lesser spotted are about the size of a sparrow. So if you ever see like a sparrow-sized woodpecker, then they're quite rare. The lesser spotted.
Where I take Kia swimming, and there's these like houses close by. It's a nature reserve, and there's some houses close by. And I used to think like someone was knocking a roof together with wood. They put the new beams up and all that. I thought that had been going on for about 2 years, and I'm thinking to myself, this roof's taken a long time to get put up, until one day I actually looked up into the tree. It was a fucking woodpecker. It was a woodpecker. It convinced me that a new roof had been put on somewhere for 2 years, and it was a woodpecker. Unbelievable. That's what it sounds like, someone tapping nails into wood.
Oh, it's great, mate.
What's the most exotic thing you've had? Have you had something really weird and extreme or anything?
We had
That's weird.
we had a willow warbler chick. That's about as rare as it's got, man. We had a pigeon. Oh no, get this. We had a pigeon, right? And I think that same thing. It had just been hit by a car. It was a bit stunned. It could fly, and it was a bit wobbly, but it was essentially all right. And we fed it up for about 4 or 5 days. Looked after it. Released it, yeah, great. It was hanging around the house for a bit afterwards, kept on like leaving bits of seed around for it, just so he could get his strength up. The fucking cat killed it, didn't it, the bastard thing? I've rescued this fucking pigeon and our cat fucking... Well, we came down, right, woke up in the morning, came down, sat on the sofa, looked down at our feet, dead pigeon on the floor. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, cats are cold out there. Extremely cold.
That's not cold. The cat was killing it for you. It was a present. That was heartwarming for the cat.
Right. It was doing something positive. The cat was doing something positive, right? I'm with you.
It was like someone had left a horse's head on your pillow or something. You know what I mean? You look down and there's a dead thing on the floor.
The freakiest version of that I had ever. I had this cat, a Norwegian forest cat, and it was amazing, wonderful cat. It was actually more like a dog than a cat. It would follow you around and stuff like that. But anyway, it was the most amazing mouser and ratter I've ever seen. The one day it had come in, it had done its usual sort of yowling to announce that it had caught something. Because that was the process, it'd come in, announce I've got something, and I'd have to coax it to let me have it so I could get rid of it, whatever. But it's yowling away, and I found her hiding under this sideboard, and I was trying to get to her so that I could get whatever the dead thing was off her and get rid of it. She was having none of it. She'd decided this one was for her. And by the time I'd eventually sort of chased her away, literally all that was left was the head, the 4 paws and the tail. She'd eaten all of the body, like she sat there munching away at it and left the nasty mess in the carpet and everything. And all that was left there was head, paws, tail. I was like, right, okay, are you trying to tell me something here? Do I need to change what I'm giving you?
We've got a one-eyed cat, and it's I was doing a cup of tea a few months back. And it's like Key and the Key now are going to get Key the squeaky toy, and them squeaky toys. And but Key's not allowed in the back garden. She has the front, so I'm in the kitchen. The back garden's out next to me here. So I'm doing, can I hear this squeaky toy? back garden thinking, how's Kia got past me? The door's locked. So I've gone outside to find her. Well, it wasn't a squeaky toy, it was our one-eyed cat. And I watched it kill this mouse in the most brutal of fashions, right? Honestly, it played with it first and that before, but the way it killed it was just like, you know, fang through the top of its skull. And it was just like, and then just that's it.
Yeah,
like,
just
it was
crunch.
just like, wow, wow. But the whole thing, it got it down. Managed to get the full thing down. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I was
they
like,
will.
wow, I was quite privileged though. But again, you know, it's wild animals doing wild things. It was like, yeah, that was really interesting, but brutal.
Yeah, most cats will only eat the guts, the innards, because it's the softest bit they can get into. But some cats, like that one, and,
like me.
yeah, like the one I had, they would you'd just hear the bones crunching. They sit there, going,
that sound. Yeah, you're right. Cookie the bones. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what
bones
got me,
crunching.
yeah.
It's nasty.
Yeah. I remember Ken talking something amazing about wildlife in his garden. He was talking about gardening, was it last week, Ken? He described something now and
He's a spider farmer.
Came from its thing and
Oh,
it was
yeah.
really good. I was watching that. I appreciated every moment of that.
I watched, I know probably they're not very nice things, but I watched a mosquito being turned from a larvae to a mosquito this morning.
That was the bit I liked.
It just, I don't know, don't ask me how they squeeze this thing out. I know some of the wings pop out and they get the back legs out and gone. Amazing.
I don't know that there's more water for dragonflies. The dragonflies are back, the big ones as well. They're back in season. I don't know if it's this Indian summer that we're having now.
Yeah.
One of the grossest things I've seen recently, right, I'd never seen one before, it was a parasitic wasp. And it had this big, long, like, injector thing. It's called an ovipositor. And what it does, right, it flies around looking for, it looks for solitary bees. And when a solitary bee lays like a little grub in a hole or something for the next year, flies around looking for them. And once it finds one, it sits there on top of the hole, prodding its ovipositor in the hole, trying to look for this grub. And when it does, obviously, it injects it with some fucking eggs, and the wasp eggs end up eating the grub, and the horrible things, man.
Oh,
but I've never seen anything like it. Fucking weird, weird insect.
I've seen some satin wasps off actually saying they wear bees uniform, but they're nowhere near as cool as bees and that. They cunts.
I'm not sure if it's the same species. There's another one that will do it into other wasps. And they said that they inject the larva into the thorax, and basically the larva eventually eats the other wasp. But for a period of time while it's sort of going into its pupae stage, it in effect takes control of the host wasp. So it's like it's got its own little car, you know, this wasp car that it flies around in while it's, you know, growing itself. It's crazy, some of the stuff nature does.
There's one on YouTube, I think I don't know if it's Chinese or Japanese, and it was a type of wasp. And it was going for the bee nest, I think. I think it was going for the grubs in the bee's nest. But the bees just came out and just made a bee ball with the wasp in the middle. And you think it would have been choked to death. It's the easiest way of saying it. Choked to death, but it wasn't. It was boiled to death with the the body temperature of the bees.
Wow.
Boiled to death. Yeah. Like, wow, that's a cool way of getting that wasp, because the wasp was a big thing. They are really big.
That actually is a really good analogy for the kind of stuff we've been talking about. When we got enough of us collaborating, cooperating together, all we need to do is stand around these parasitic psychopaths and we'll just defeat them with our own body heat.
Yeah. Pylon. Do you remember pylons in school? I used to pylon.
Yeah.
Pylon!
Yay!
Do that outside Parliament.
Big pylon at Parliament.
I tell you, have you ever seen an underrated insect from here? Hoverflies, man. You know, like the little, they look like wasps. You know what hoverflies are, right? Little stripy flies. And they live in the ground, right? And they're fucking amazing. Have you ever seen how they live, what they eat? They eat other flies, right? But they are more acrobatic than other flies.
And an actual fly? they hunt flies?
Yeah, hoverflies hunt other flies. And like I don't know, like your common black fly and that. And if you sit there watching a hoverfly, they are amazing, man. They'll sort of zoom in on the fly and sort of catch it on the wing, but they don't kill it. Wow. They just paralyse it. and then they fly back with the fly corpse back to their underground lair, and I don't know what happens once they get down there, man. But I'm guessing it's not nice.
It's like aliens or something.
That
Yeah.
that takes over ants. It happens in and around the ant's nest, and it ends up growing out of the head of the ant, and it can actually force the ant to climb as high as it possibly can.
Oh, is
So
this
the
that
ant-
spore?
Yeah, it's a type of spore that gets inside the ant,
Yeah.
and the ant, just already dead, as a kind of zombie, kind of just on nerve impulse, climbs to the highest point it possibly can, and then the fungus uses the proteins and from the insides of the ant to grow, and then it drops spores, and then it's obviously higher up, so it can.
Does it grow out through the top of the skull, the ant's skull? I think it grows through and then spouts out.
Are they the ones that sort of? Are they the ones that sort of mummify the ants once they're dead, and then you sort of see like the dead ant stuck to the tree?
Yeah,
Yeah, with a great big
yeah.
thing sticking out their head, yeah.
Yeah.
It makes you think about nature. I mean, people see it as all woolly and fluffy and, oh, you know, God won't like that happen to me kind of thing. Nature will
Australia.
fucking tear you a new one, you know.
Australia.
There's no morals in nature.
No, it's the most balanced thing.
Morals are a human invention.
You could be someone's best mate or someone's dinner. It makes no difference in the eyes of nature. Yeah.
Have any of you looked in the chat box?
I'd just been trying to catch up on it, yeah.
Not for a while. Let's have a look.
Just think, Reziak. All I can say to you, Reziak, is go and have a look at as many bits of film of the First World War you can find, or if you want, I made a video, and it was titled after a Bob Dylan track, Masters of War. And listen to what the old guy says about war. And he said that there was two things that came to his mind that he's had to live with all his life. And that was the smell of a dead man, because they dug a trench in a place where that was partly no man's land. And when they dug this trench, there was a dead German lying in the trench. And he goes on about the smell of a dead body lying in a trench. And the other thing that goes to his mind, he says, is the smell of fear. Fear's got its smell. And those two smells only exist in one place, and that's on a battlefield. And I don't care, you know, it probably might exist if you're stood in the middle of the motorway and a truck's coming at you at fucking 70 miles an hour as well. But what I'm saying is, you can read, if you want to read some books about history, you know, there's a famous book, read about the River War with Winston Churchill, read about the Boer War, just read about any war you like. In fact, do what I used to do. I used to go to the National Army Museum once a year, because I was part of a model soldier society that took it serious, and you know, we used to win the cup annually. You know, our lot in Nottinghamshire was probably some of the best modelers on the planet, but the only way we got that way was by researching our subject, and we were granted passes, and we used to go to the National Army Museum once a year, and we were granted passes to go to the reading room where we could read the regimental diaries. And all the regimental diaries give the exact documented information that's taken from people within those actions, because the regimental diary takes note of everything: who surrendered, who got killed, how they got killed, in what circumstances they got killed, during what action. And I stopped modelling because I'd read too many diaries of the real events, of actual human beings' comments that they write down in times of war and in times of battle, and when the shit's hit the fan, if that's how you want to call it. And not one of them that I've read, not one of them, and I can't remember, and I've read many a history book on military events, what happened and where. And I can't think of any one of them where I thought that that was either glorious or a joy to be in or something that anyone would want to wish on anyone else, other than unless you're one of this dark entities that fucking want to rule the planet this way. So it doesn't matter what part of history you go to, the accounts are all the same, whether they're using steel against steel, iron against iron, club against club, flint arrows against wooden spears. It makes no difference. The death, the dirtiness of it all, the pain, the anguish, and the awe is never any different. And it's always something that the dark entities parasite from. It makes them feel good. And I'm sorry, you can go anywhere you like in history and have a look at this lot, and you aren't going to see anything that makes you feel good. And what you see is basically nothing but fucking fear porn, and that is supposed to make you feel a certain way. So if we don't see our way through this fear porn and start putting things together, then it's always going to be fear porn. And as I've said earlier, I've got grandchildren, and I'm hoping that they're going to have grandchildren, and it's about time. And the only way that we can progress through this is to if you think about how we've been mind controlled since we were educated, we've got to start de-educating people and re-educating people, because everything we've been told since we were babies is the bullshit. And unless we stop and start re-educating ourselves away from the bullshit and drop the bullshit and get real about what kind of situation we're in. And it's obvious that by doing it the way of the dark entity, if we do it their way, all that ends up in is more history books about people who have shed their blood on foreign fields. And if you want to look at some close evidence of that, Ukraine, Syria, Africa, and none of them are happy about it. Yeah, I've not seen one who's laughing his head off while somebody chops their arms off or puts a bullet in them. Except, possibly a few Israelis who are laughing their balls off while they're popping a few Palestinians.
But those diaries you read, Kendo, the chap that was writing them, or chaps that were writing them, they probably didn't think anyone would ever read them or they'd make any difference. But
probably.
Fate had it that you read it, the right man read it. It had the right effect.
Mm.
And
I stopped making I stopped making my specialist subject was colonial wars, like Indian Mutiny, the Kaffir Wars in Africa, and the Zulu Wars, Boer War. And because the more research I did, the more I read into these books, and the less I just thought to myself, no, I'm not going to make a model of it anymore, because all I'm doing is adding to the glorification of what is not right.
Yeah.
And I stopped making models.
Those few words not only stopped you from doing that, but also pushed you onto, I'm assuming, onto doing something like this. And all I can take from that is one man's words that we never thought would be read are now changing the world by proxy, and perhaps our little bits here that we're doing.
Hopefully
that'll have a similar.
Just give Rez a little point. Could say 4 weeks ago, Ivan, could you have seen yourself doing this?
4 weeks ago? Well, no. I mean, I started off in the chat, and I thought, well, I'm far better.
So I just put this part across. I'll let you speak. So exactly right. We've influenced you to come on here and do this and put your points across. So therefore, we are sort of succeeding in what Revs is actually saying we're not succeeding in. We are waking people up. It's something you cannot do it overnight. If you do it too quick, you're going to scare people. You're going to get fucking tinfoil at it. It's something that needs to progress. Their plan's been decades and decades. There's also been groups like us for decades and decades. We've just not had this technology at hand before. Yeah. We should utilise this technology in things we're doing now by speaking to each other, taking on board other people's knowledge, and then eventually we will come to some sort of resolution for it.
I'll tell you what I'll say. I'll say how I got here. I was watching, you know, the All Advod stuff with the UK column, and I just thought to myself, there's something slightly false flaggy about this. There's something not right, and I didn't really trust them anyway, because I thought, well, a lot of what's said, yeah, it's all fairly on the nail and all the rest of it, but some of it's far too convenient, far too synchronistic. And I just thought to myself, yeah, no, I'm not all that convinced. And I was thinking, am I the only person in the world who thinks that the truth movement is a movement to make effect a change in the world that suits the agenda? You know, it's the sort of ultimate what's the name? The ultimate problem reaction solution is to use the truth movement in inverted commas to make the change that they want, and that's the only way it can be. And I found Kip talking about Advod, and I watched his stuff, and I thought, he gets that this is a way of self-promotion to some extent. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he basically was talking about the conspiracy within a conspiracy. And I thought, this is exactly what I've been looking for, you know. And I saw yourself, Dean, and all the other chaps on there, and I thought, thank Christ, I've finally found somewhere with people who understand, or have come to the same, you know, understanding that I had, that the truth movement is a method, is an engine for change for the agenda. And that's why I came here, and I realised that being in the chat box and just typing away was for naught, because I'm not that good with words, and I'm far better off just saying it. And since I've joined, I really feel welcomed by you all, to be honest. And whether I am or not's another thing, but I certainly feel it, you know. And I thank you, I really do. And yeah,
Right.
just to say,
Well, join us, you know. I mean, you pop just as much in as you take out. You know what I mean?
oh, thanks.
You've technology that we haven't seen up close firsthand. You know?
But you know, in that chap there that's been saying what he's been saying in the chat, he's actually given us some meat to talk about, some fuel to talk about, and he shouldn't hide his light under a bushel. If he wants to come in and talk to us about it, maybe we could find, you know, some medium for exchange through words rather than through the occasional comment.
No, but that would be acquiescing to our point of the argument from the last comment. Baby steps. Have you checked the time? Watch the news. You amaze me with your lethargic approach to this. In other words, you want to say it in the street. That's basically it. So he wouldn't want, I get the impression, oh, this is a way it's coming across. He wouldn't want to talk to us about it, because that then would be acquiescing to our point of view of, let's talk about it. He wants pitchforks in the street.
Well, why don't you discuss how you would do that? Why not come in and get us, rouse us to the point where we're willing to join you with the pitchforks? Maybe you've got a point that could actually motivate us to do that.
I think we're all for the revolution.
But not a violent one.
I'm not.
I'm for the evolution, not the revolution. I don't want to go around again.
Revolution just means, you know, look at the you've got a meter on the dashboard of most cars. It tells you how many revolutions it does per minute, and it's time not to go and complete the circle again, because if we listen to the Hegelian fucking dialectic, we're falling in that trap again. And how many times has it done it? You know, how many revolutions does it take before we stop fucking revolving and start evolving? And what Reziak, I accept what you're saying, Reziak. There's warships there and everywhere, and you know, people are ramping it up, but it's up to us to educate people. If you look at go, there's a website somewhere, I can't remember, but if you tap into Google the Monday night discussions in Berlin, you listen to what German people are saying. They're talking about what we're talking, only they're doing it in a huge square where thousands of people are listening to ordinary people like us, taking turns in speaking in the way that we're talking. The movement is growing, and it is getting more positive. Peter's gone now, but there was a letter sent from a Dutchman to Vladimir Putin, explaining in very explicit and you know, it was a brilliant letter. It's somewhere on the net. I think even Yeah, even the UK column had this guy on and did a 5 or 10 minute slot with him. And he sent a letter to Vladimir. Now, instead of writing to your own local MP, you know, I'm not saying and suggesting everybody writes to Vladimir Putin, but like perhaps we should be writing to people, not on, because David Cameron doesn't speak for me, and neither does my local MP, because he takes no fucking blind notice of what goes on round here. So I might as well talk to any other MP in the world. You know, it'd be a waste of time talking to Barack Obama. But, you know, perhaps if, I don't know, if people understood all around, because I think if you look at the amount of people around the world who are talking like us, they are in America, they're doing it all over the world in various languages. And I'm saying that this movement in this way is growing. It's growing to the extent that they're having to do what they're doing, creating more fear porn and putting the pressure on with the more fear porn to get people to follow the fear porn. And I'm not swallowing it.
Yeah, they're trying to whip up a frenzy of patriotic fervour, demonise the enemy so that you're going to be more willing to actually grab a gun and go and shoot who they tell you to.
Well, but that's my point. That is the easiest thing on the fucking planet. The British Army have proved that you can get an ordinary guy off the street, and within 3 months, with the right kind of fucking mind control, you can turn a man into a fucking killing machine. And all you've got to do is give him a little bit of experience, gradually, a bit at a time, and make the battles more heavier, and put him in deeper shit. And the guy will do anything, because my old man did, and his dad did, and that's the easiest thing on the fucking planet. For people to turn around and say, no, I'm not picking your rifle up, and I suggest nobody around me does exactly the same, that's the hardest thing to do. And that's the right thing to do, is to say, you know, turn around to the army and say, put your fucking rifle down. We aren't your enemy. The politicians are the fucking enemy.
Yeah, I think you know. Sorry, go on, Ivan.
Eventually, this sort of stuff will get back to people that have family in forces, and they'll eventually turn around and say, look, you've seen what you've actually gone out to fight. Look at this. How do you actually feel about it? So that's another way it gets around as well. It will eventually get round to squaddies. They watch YouTube, they put videos on YouTube. You know what I mean? They might suddenly just come across an hangout. They fucking bored and Bastion one night. You know?
Do you remember the trend just before the last time they were talking about going into Syria? And there was a social media viral trend of active service people standing in camera shots. You could see their uniform but not their face, holding up a sign saying, I didn't sign up for this shit, I'm not going. So even people in the actual forces themselves are starting to realise this message. More and more people are coming back from terms of service and are speaking out against what is going on in other parts of the world, and they're being used to do it.
They didn't want to fight alongside what they perceived as Al Qaeda at the time, or Al Qaeda in Syria, but see how quickly they turn friends into enemies when it suits them, just so they can get in Syria via the back door. But that's that. You know, you just contextualise it the best way you can, get the information from wherever you can if you want to do it that way, and move on. Fucking move on.
At the end of the day, it's not about one side winning and one side losing. For them, it's about how many fucking people, how many human beings they can legitimately wipe off the planet in one go, with some form of declaration. Oh, we've got war. So that means anybody can pick up a gun, right, go down to your local whatever, get yourself a rifle, and when the right time comes, then as soon as that guy walks up Main Street, bang, that's it. Yet you don't know him, he doesn't know you, and I'll refer you back to the war. At the Christmas, at the start of the First World War, the British and the Germans had a game of football on Christmas Eve. And they all agreed that no, you know, they all said to each other, if you don't shoot at me, I won't shoot at you. And then the officers intervened and said, if you don't fucking start shooting, we'll start shooting you. And that's what made them fucking put one up the spout and load a magazine in and start popping up. But at that moment in time, at that Christmas, if that disease had spread, the First World War would have fucking ended, because those guys who were actually doing the fighting didn't know why they were doing it to each other.
What you'll also find is the people who are calling for violence are not necessarily the people who will be getting involved in doing the violence.
Well, they won't. Well, they never do. They're in the background. They're the ones with the stick and the
you'll find that it's similar to the protest movement. Similar to it's controlled as fuck.
It's part of this process as well, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's a part of this process you go through. You
go through it stage by stage.
Yeah, it's like grief. It is.
It's layered. It's layered.
It is, absolutely. I've argued this for ages. The waking up process, however you want to describe it, it is like a grieving process. You go through the same kind of experiences: denial, anger. Can't remember. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance.
Yeah.
But the shock is right at the beginning, mate. It's not really part of the grieving process, but that we all do it in one way or another. And I would argue it's not a thing that you do once and then you're over it. You don't go through each period very specifically and then it's over and done with. No, things will keep coming up again. You'll discover new information that will make you go through a process again.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like having a death in family every 6 months or so.
Yeah, it can be that way.
Well, if you look at it, the proof of the pudding's in the eating. That's why, people who are really sensitive to it, we haven't got Kit for a while because he needs to get away from it for a bit. And I'm glad I had a day off yesterday. I was really glad. It was just it just felt like I haven't got any pressure to go on the net. I don't have to look at fucking UK column. I don't have to go on Google for a change. I can just let the world entertain me. And actually, yesterday morning was nice and sunny. It was warm. And I had to fetch something out of the boot. And I went down, and there was 5 butterflies on the butterfly bush and 4 bees while having breakfast. And it was fucking amazing. And then, I was right up next to the bush. And I think various creatures get used to seeing whose garden it is and who tends a garden. And if they see you in the garden, they don't give a fuck about you because you don't bother them. And they just go about the business. And, I've been weeding the beds next to loads of bees. And it's like, wherever you put your hand, they'll move out your way so you can pull the weed out, because they know what you're going for, whatever it is. But it's fascinating. And that was my joy yesterday, looking at a few butterflies on the butterfly bush, having breakfast.
It's your I was quiet then when I said that.
I was just trying to catch up on the chat text.
Yeah, I was just looking at the chat as well.
I know, I've joined conversation and dropped out of chat. I was getting a bit. My comments were getting a bit too long.
Comments in there. One thing that just came up, and I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, for me, it's about the system. If you're about to buy something, why am I buying this? Do I need it? Is it through an impulse? When you hand over the money that you've spent your life force and time earning, is that what I want to bring into the home? Is it poisonous? And asking the right questions and not giving your energy to it. And like one chap was saying there about not paying tax or making a life decision so you're self-employed, do that. Don't contribute. Just withdraw. Withdraw from the system. Said it over and over again. The less you buy, one of the things that made me get into making the sourdough bread was because we bought a loaf from a shop, in all fairness, and I started eating it and it was full of hair. Somebody in a factory, disgruntled, whatever, upset, bad day at work, decided to put hair in the mix.
X-ray machine supposed to pick that up though.
What's that?
X-ray machine supposed to pick that up though, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, but it was there.
It's not going to pick up hair, I don't think, is it, X-ray?
Yeah. you'd be surprised what the machines doesn't work.
It's basically calcium, isn't it? So it should show up. Yeah.
Yeah, it shows bits of bones up and all sorts of objects, and if it's a foreign object to what the machine's not used to seeing, it rejects it usually.
It was one of these with nuts and things in it, you know, like the...
That's possibly why then, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's got through, but anyway, it were there, and I thought, I've bought that with hard-earned money, and this is what I get, and I just thought this is bullshit, and that's it, no more bread now, making my own, fuck 'em.
I get all my bread from the bakery. I've got a bakery about 4 doors down the road from me, and we get nearly all of our bread from there, man. Fucking beautiful. Well, I don't mind paying that bit extra for freshly made bread, you know.
That's it. There's no else like it, is there?
Oh, it's beautiful, man. You can smell it in the mornings when you get up here. It's like, oh, I'm gonna get me some bread.
Have you ever made bread? And you ever made bread? Made your own bread?
Yeah, years ago.
It's like proper, like kneading it proper. Like sticky is good and all that. Oh, it's nice when it comes out the oven.
The last lot of bread we made is propping the rockery up out the back.
I'm going to say this, and I know it'll probably get me into trouble, but I really appreciate watching a well-endowed woman kneading the dough. That's great when you sat there with your coffee in the morning and they're pounding away. You're like, yeah, watch the jelly. Yeah, I'm really perfect.
You know, some of the thing with the sourdough bread is that it sort of proves on its own. So if you just feed it on a morning and leave it, and you bake it on an evening, you don't have to go through the proving process because it's already pre-proved in a way.
Could you, as well, because I'm not sure on this, I've never tried it myself, and it's just made me think about it now. Could you bake it in what could I call it, an earth oven? You've seen that principle where you pack things into, you start with a cardboard box, put what you want to cook or bake inside the cardboard box, dig a hole in the ground, line the hole with stuff that will act as an insulator. So in the context I've seen it done, it's done in very sort of basic setup with using what's in the natural environment. So yeah, leaves, straw, hay, stuff like that. You put the box in the middle, cover it over, and you leave it for most of the day. I've seen people bake chickens and stuff like that, like this.
Full meals. Yeah, there's also another way. If you get a nice big roaring fire going, get some nice boulders that are around you. You have to know what types of boulders, because they'll explode on you. But if you get some nice boulders like the pebbles, sort of duck stony types,
river stones are the best for it, right?
Yeah, just fire them on your fire. Throw them on your fire. Leave them and get them nice and hot. Dig an hole. Do it same as what Cookie said then. Layer it with leaves, straw, stuff like that. With your meat in the middle on top of your rocks. Cover it over with earth. You've got like a clay oven, really.
I've done that with baking potatoes. But at the same, we'd line the hole with the stones from around the fire, put the potatoes on the stones wrapped in tinfoil. There's a tinfoil, and then bury it with the still smouldering ashes out of the fire. So in effect, you sort of deep bake it. But I was thinking, because of the fact the soda bread rises on its own, that made me think it might be more able to be baked in that kind of way, that kind of fashion.
But I mean, this is a sourdough, but I've made the soda bread as well. It's sometimes called damper bread, because apparently they used, in Australia, they chuck it on the fire directly, and it's done when you damp the fire down, so they call it damper bread.
Yeah, but it would then, yeah.
But sorry.
I was just going to say it'd probably take quite a while though, but you know, if you're in it, see, I'm looking at it from thinking of being in that kind of campsite environment where you could just sort of set that up, and then you go off about your day doing whatever you're doing, and then by the time you come back on the evening, it's nicely cooked.
Yeah, and I've been thinking about building one of these outdoor ovens. You know, you build the fire inside it, and then you rake the coals out. And use
There's a lot of really good YouTube stuff for you to learn doing stuff. I mean, I've seen videos of people building smelting ovens and stuff like that, so it can be done
I've built
in
my
your
own. I've built my
backyard.
own little forge from YouTube. I've got my own little forge in the garden that I use to melt down brass and lead and copper and that.
Bloody hell. Did you do it with the concrete? And I've seen it done with floor paint.
Yeah, I made my own refractory, so it was cement with fucking kitty litter, bentonite. Brilliant stuff.
Cool.
Kitty litter is great, man. Yeah, it's just bentonite clay, isn't it? Well, most kitty litter is anyway.
Isn't it full as earth?
That's right, yeah, same stuff, yeah.
Yeah, so when we go back to the fucking Bronze Age, because, you know, the digital went down, there's Huxley making your horseshoes.
Yeah, yeah, it's a great skill to know, though, isn't it? You know,
got it.
The thing is, I got to bring this up just a bit, kind of like devil's advocate and piss on the campfire. To bring it back down to earth, kind of thing. You know, give it some feet on the ground. Even though I'm not that keen on a lot of his stuff, you know, Joe Rogan. I just remember listening to one of his stand-up routines years ago, and one of the things his little comedy sketch just stuck with me because of that very reason. He's talking about this kind of survivalist stuff, and yeah, it's great to know this kind of stuff, and it's useful information, blah blah blah, good skills to learn. But if I dropped you in a field in the middle of nowhere, armed with nothing but, you know, an axe or your favourite camping knife or whatever you need, how long is it going to take you before you can send me an email?
Whoa, good question. Well, this is something we were talking about the other night, wasn't it? If civilization did die, I mean, I mean, look how much we use the internet, and even if we didn't use it just to chat, and I think communication would be vital. And it was like, how could we possibly keep the internet going? You know, if all the phone lines died, and yeah, you didn't have much.
Like we've been saying, though, if you do it now, you've already got it running. So when it goes wrong, you're like them lads in the Amazon. You're going, what happened? Who cares?
Here's a clue for you. AMCB radio. That's AMCB radio has now been deregulated, so you don't need a license anymore.
Yeah, they've opened the mid-band up, haven't they?
Mm.
Yeah.
And I won't mind, but about 7-8 years ago, I had a Cobra 148 GTO DX, and I flogged it, and I regretted selling it.
I hope you got a few quid for it. They're worth a few bob then.
I paid 350 quid for it, and I flogged it for 600 quid.
Yeah.
It is the dog's bollocks of fucking CB radios. AMF on it, FM on it, upper sideband, lower sideband, KC dropper, super sideband, you know, list of channels as long as you like. But amazing piece of kit.
I've got a Yaesu FT 4700 here for 2 meters and 70 centimeters, and I've got a DX 5000, which is a Chinese pile, but that's all mode. Just 10 and 11 meter band, and it gets round. I've worked Germany, I've worked America, and I've done all that on a fishing pole, a fishing pole with a length of coax up the middle. You know,
we had a dipole with an 80 watt amp on it, and when you got the right weather conditions, you know, you talk to people in America on it because it was bouncing off the ionosphere and that. It was amazing.
Yeah, and I don't know about Hooks if you want to get.
Go, guys. Just want to get in while being technical. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Yeah, good night, John. Been good again.
See you all later.
See you, mate. Cheers.
I'm
Good night, guys.
off in a minute as well. It's nearly 3 a.m. 10 to 3.
Yeah.
We were talking about Morse code earlier. Maybe we could get the internet over Morse code, because it's only ones and zeros. At the end of the day, you'd have to have a pretty fast connection, but maybe that's doable, man.
I was just going to say, you can RTTY over CB, or radio teletype, which is, you know, yeah.
In fact, yeah, I want to shoot a message back to you. You sent me a message, didn't you, Ivan, about that scanner? So we don't bore everyone with technical stuff. I want to talk to you about that, man.
Well, I was thinking, should we just do like a technical one of these or something? If people are interested, they can come over, and if they're not, go.
Well, like a geek hangout.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'd love that. I'd be up for that.
Yeah, you should, man.
And Sorry.
I just wanted to encourage you in the sense of if you're doing topics like this where you can demonstrate to people how they can put that kind of kit together for themselves. Definitely, man. Definitely.
Yeah.
You get loads of bits, man. But we'll pass your link around, won't we?
Yeah, we'll do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'll be up for that. When?
Geek truth.
Can you walk through how I made my little homemade furnace? Well, I've got a furnace and a forge, as it happens. But yeah,
Let's do
some.
some.
You know,
I'll take some photographs and things for a bit of a talk round on me aerials that I've done, and maybe a little bit on SDR, software defined radio, and you know you do whatever you want to do, you know.
I mean, it's thanks to technology that we are here at the moment, isn't it? Where we are now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And maybe then we'll shut the fuck up about technology when people don't want to talk about it and leave.
No, because it's still good for you to do it on here as well. You know what I mean? It's still hitting it, like enlightening people, if you know what I mean.
If you expand it into your own sort of hangout and stuff like that, especially if you could set up like a web page or something where you could list it in a kind of documented format for people as well, you can geek out to your heart's content. Then you could include all the information that you feel is relevant and needs to be there. Whereas you know what it's like in here. Often the conversation can go in all different directions, especially when I'm around. So.
I mean, it's good stuff. It's just I do feel a bit self-conscious sometimes. I think, I don't want to, you know, take it away from what people want to talk about. I've got.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, it's because we've asked you a question about it.
I suppose. Yeah.
You know what I mean? If we didn't want to know, we wouldn't ask you the question. So that's the only reason you get led into it, isn't it? I mean, it's not as if you come on and just go tech.
We'll try not.
You've got really good information to us, you know what I mean?
I took some measurements from me. I've got some real world, you know, measurements for like the rainwater collection and stuff. And I've got the reverse osmosis filter. I've figured out it's 3 to 1, so it throws away 75% of the water, and you know, the rest is, oh, that's not quite right. It's a third. It throws away 2/3. No, fucking hell. Right.
Seriously?
Yeah. 300 millilitres went down the drain to produce 100 millilitres of clean water. So there you go. So
they're just another money spinner.
Well, maybe, but if you're using it off mains water, it don't matter. But if you're collecting it from the roof, you're generating a lot of grey water that you might want to flush your toilet with or something. Because, you know, just to say, you know,
you can shower with that, can't you? And
yeah, you could. Although interestingly, when I've stored the stuff that I've wasted, nothing lives in it. Because in the actual collected water, you might get water fleas or daphne or something like that outside. But the stuff that comes out the filter as waste, it's totally dead. So there's enough chlorine, whatever, fluoride, minerals in there, crap, to just totally prohibit life.
Well, and that's from tap water, yeah?
That's from tap water. So if that doesn't tell you something about what's in the tap water, then yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it might be worth spending the £100 and getting yourself I mean, I feel better for it.
Still got nowhere with that lots at me, you know, Adam.
With that what, sorry?
With that water bill, still got nowhere yet.
Haven't you?
I was thinking as well, you know they say, right, I've asked them to stop the service, yeah. They say they can't, right. So surely I can prove by getting water charts what's in it. It's slowly poisoning me, so I can turn it around into their game.
Sorry, I didn't get that. What was that?
Right. Now, if I got water charts proving that poison is in the water and it's slowly poisoned you, yeah, I could surely use that in court if I wanted to in their game, and use that against them.
As a reason for not wanting the service, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, maybe. And then if they're forcing it down your neck, I mean, what does that mean?
Exactly, you know what I mean?
Well, I was just about to say that's another way we can chop ourselves up from the umbilical cord of the establishment, isn't it? You've got like what your electric, your gas, and your water that you sort of have to suck on the teat to get. And yeah, if you can cut the water off, do it. I mean, I would love to be able to cut off the electric and the gas as well, and run the house on a generator that's powered from wood, or I don't know, anything other than, you know, having to
your best ways around things like that, and all this is talking about money again, but it's like buying farms, things like that, and doing it as a community project, and turn it into sort of like a little green village sort of thing, where you've got a few of you living there and slowly expanding it on the land.
Well, there's a practical solution, isn't it? See, cut yourself off from the power grid if you can.
Yeah.
I mean, something you could do. It's a little bit of a. I've not done the maths, but you could get a big battery bank if you can afford it. Charge the thing up on economy 7, and then run off it through the day.
Charge up or what?
Charge it up on economy 7.
Charge what up?
The battery bank.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And then run off it through the day. And then that would. It's probably rather inefficient, but in terms of money, it's a bit of a two fingers, and plus they'll look at your electric records and go, what the fuck? And if you've got a smart meter, they won't be able to look at the, because they do this with smart meters, by the way. They can use Fourier transforms and look at the noise that comes out of things and say, oh, that's a PlayStation, oh, that's a computer. Yeah, well, they bought a company, a German company, fella, I forget the bloody name, and they specialised in listening to conducted emissions from things. So they could
just to determine what appliance was giving out that signal.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
So you can say, oh, well, that's a switch mode power supply in a PC, and that's this and that's that. Because like anything, if you were to wire it up to an amplifier and listen to it, you could actually hear the noise from the electronics. And they can do it with using an FFT, using a DSP. They can process what that is and say, oh, that's most likely a PlayStation.
Wow.
So.
Sorry to interrupt you. You're speaking about batteries running low and being inefficient. My batteries are, so I'm going to say good night. My battery's drained.
Well,
very well, Cookie.
Right.
I'll see you soon. No doubt. Take care, folks. Thank you in the chat room.
Right.
Good night, y'all.
Right, mate.
Good night, Cookie.
I think
talking about sorry, mate. Go on.
On that note, what I'll do is call the live stream a night and just have a chat behind. If that's alright.
Yeah, same, mate, whatever.
Well, I'll just say thanks to everybody that's joined me in the chat tonight, and everybody that's in the chat room itself. Thanks, everybody, and we'll probably see you tomorrow evening. Cheers, good night.
Night all.
Well,